Why, hello there. Let me make sure everything's good here really quick. I think I forgot. Did forget to set that. Let's do that first. And that looks okay. You, how do you look? You look all right. And you seem good too. Excellent. Okay, dokie. Do that. Okay, so we're going to try out Rustlings. Hey Marco, how's it going? We're gonna do Rustlings today. See if we get along better with that than we did with the Rust book. Not a fan of the book. The coffee cup has returned. The AC now works again. I will not be melting all day. So yeah. That's what we're gonna take a look at. We will need, however, a toy middle. I'm just gonna put it into the same folder. We'll just put it in the same repo, same in the Rust book. Let's see here. We need to, looks like cargo install Rustlings. And then Rustlings init. Great. Rustlings. Okay. All right. It says Rustlings, but is this going to be... I don't want to do the exercises in Neovim or whatever. Let's see. Solve exercises. Compiler or logic errors which cause the exercise to fail compilation. Okay. Editor open in the Rustlings directory. Show you the path of the current exercise. Okay. Exercise file in your editor. Fix errors, save the file. Rustlings will automatically detect the file change and rerun the exercise. Okay. While errors are fixed, Rustlings will ask you to move on to the next exercise. Enter H to show a hint. All right. It's a gigantic mug. What? That's like a 12-ounce. Probably. Okay, so we need to go into Rustlings here really quick. Open in here. I need you to refresh. Come on. Oh, apparently I'm allergic to the Rust book. Come on now. Come on. Hang on, let me... Yep, there you are. Okay, there we go. It was just taking forever. So, we get our editor open, meow. We don't need this right now. It's the size of my head, enough copy to complete 7 Rust book. No, it's not. Unless you have an exceptionally small head. Well, hang on. Hey, 1 second. Here. This just a standard 12-ounce soda can coffee mug. Like it probably holds 12 or 14 ounces. If I had to guess. Okay. We need to look over here at you. And I don't need that open right now. Actually, um let's add Rustlings to the repo. Um Why is my remote broken? Oh, crap. Because it's okay, so it cloned a repo. Uh I'm just not gonna worry about it. I'm just not gonna care. Uh or not there. All right, fine. I'm okay with that. It's just gonna be not a thing. I guess it doesn't really matter if we're just like fixing their crap. It won't probably be super educational to have around and refer back to. Um, okay. Exercise done. Intro. Well, we didn't even do anything. I guess that's probably just testing. I just thought we reloaded when you change one of the lines below. Try adding a new print line and check the updated output in the terminal. Um, I guess I could probably read the rest of this, huh? I kind of didn't do that. Compile successfully. The remaining exercises contain a compiler or logic error. Right, I saw that and I skipped it. File of this exercise is exercise intro 1 RS. Have a look. The current exercise path will always be shown on the progress bar. Look at the path to open the exercise file in your editor. Okay. So they can say that, and it'll get added there. And I think that they want me to mostly just do that so we know things are working. So that's fine. Next. Okay. Intro 2. You have a typo. It didn't really give me instructions there. I guess it just wants me to read the compiler outputs. But there we go. And then we're in exercises variables. One variables. Variables one. This is a let. We're happy there. This is a really weird approach. Type must be known at this point. This is variables 2. It doesn't seem like they really care. which it is. It is weird. Uh, sure. That's fine. Don't change this line. Mutable is what they want. Next. Spell a number. Changing the line below without renaming the variable. Don't change this line. Um, I don't understand. Like, are they trying to say that? I mean, that'll make it compile. But like, why? This makes no sense as a program, right? All right. Uh, and then we need to give it a type so that it knows, I guess, because it's a constant. Functions one. Don't change this line. Oh, add some function with the name call me without arguments or return value. Okay. There you go. Must have a body though. All right. We can do that. Missing type of the argument num after the colon. Okay. Fix the function call me. Sure. Have a number. This store is having a sale where if the price is an even number, you get 10 rust bucks off, but it's an odd number, it's 3 rust bucks off. Don't worry about the function bodies themselves. We're only interested in the signatures for now. Uh, it's I-64, I'm sure. If that's what they came in, they probably want that back. It's a float. It's money. So far, not sure about this. It's not. I don't know. I've never done anything like this before. It's not what I would expect. Expected I-32 found a unit that needs to go away. This should be here if it was sane. Oh, that won't let me. That won't let me go. Okay, because Clippy. All right. Be that way. All right. Complete this function to return the bigger number. If both numbers are equal, any of them can be returned. Do not use another function call or additional variables. Option experiment here. Don't mind this for now. So, okay, this is more like what I would expect to see. Um, and that should get it done. Lift return out of if. No. Leave it. Oh, but it's gonna complain. Okay. Fine then. Be that way. If he fuck yeah. No. Fix the compiler error on this function. Uh Read the test to understand desired behavior. Make all tests pass without changing them. Strawberry, yummy. I guess I can eat that. Compiler error is the only thing they want me to fix here, though. Um, a picky eater with a argument strawberry should return yummy. Uh, I guess potato is the only. I guess I can eat that. Even if they're no thanks. Like so. Okay, fix the compiler error. Let's see. Go for snake. Gopher is a burrow, so that's 2. Should be fine. Um, Animal is crab. It's a 1, which is a beach. Crab, gopher, snake. We're missing dinosaur. This can just be, I don't know, 99. F32. I found I32. I don't know why that was there anyway. And why does it put it here? It's a little shy on explaining why that would modify this. It's just weird to do it that way, but okay. Boolean variable with the name is evening before the if statement. Below, value of the variable should be negation opposite of is more. Um Can I just do that? Oh, I missed something. Hang on. Take that out for a second. Where is this quiz? Quizzes, quiz one. Okay. Let's do that really quick. Mary is buying apples. Well, good for Mary. Price of an apple is calculated as follows. Apple costs $2 Rust. Mary buys more than 40 apples. The price of each apple in the entire order is reduced to only $1 Rust. Function that calculates the price of an order of apples given the quantity. And I don't have um you can be an I-32. We'll use the correct thing here. Probably an I-30. No. Oh yeah, we can do I-32. It'll be fine. So we can just do if greater than 40, then it's 2. Or sorry, no, it's 1 in this case, it's 2 in this case. Like so. And then there we go. Unnecessary parens around. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm stuck in dirt land there. Instead of reducing it to quant. Okay, sure. Why not? Why aren't you? I think I broke it. Probably by getting ahead of myself. If I go back. Uh, there we go. Now we can go over here. I'll put my thing back. Is morning done? Oop. Single quotes character. Uh-huh. Is alphabetic, is numeric, or neither. Declare a variable called your character below with your favorite character. Try a letter or digit in single quotes. Try a special character. Okay, whatever. I don't really care. My character's obviously M for Mongoose. Duh. Next. Create an array called A with at least 100 elements in it. Um, I don't remember the syntax. Is it that? No. So we're going to have to go back to the Rust book. List of values. It's a vec. That's right. And we can do vec. We can do we can do that like so. Use it array directly. Okay. So I can do that. Like so. Uh There we go. Okay. Panicked, array not big enough, and it's because I forgot to do this. More elements needed? It should be inclusive. Why is that not? Range to inclusive. Up to 100. If we did 101, not big enough, more elements needed. What's going on here? What am I missing? Is it because it's empty? Shouldn't matter though, right? Print the length for me. Oops, forget to put you in quotes. It's only one. Okay, so that's not actually filling it. It's just giving us the size. That's why. We would need I just need it to use the range. What is the Rust syntax for that? Vec with a range. Create vec from range. Sure. One to two. Well, this should be this should you should be able to omit the first, right? Length is still one. And even if you do that, length is still one. So what? How do you vec from? Like it's created it should be the size. It should have 100. It should have room for 100, but there's only one in it for some reason. Um you have to with at least a specified capacity with Friday allocator. Not allocate until elements are pushed into it. Like obviously we could just build a loop to push elements into it, but I feel like that's not the point of this. Will they give us doesn't require you to type in 100 items. Certainly can if you want. Oh, that's what I'm missing right there, isn't it? I'm missing this syntax. So if I want it doesn't really matter. It could be an array of zeros. Like this. Still putting 2 though. What is going on? Hang on, what was the... Oh, wrong character. There we go. Um, and that's probably the only hint they can give us, right? Yeah. So we can do it that way. But what if I wanted it to just make me... Right, but that's going to be 100 zeros, right? This is the content and this is the number. But what if I wanted it to be 0 through 100? Um, uh, that... That's still only 1. And Clippy complains. And even if we did that, like that's the same. Those are equivalent, right? They say you can omit. If you want from the start, you can omit that. Makes sense, right? Um, let me... Like, is there even a shortcut for this in Rust, or would you have to do the same thing? So here they're saying, okay, here's an example. Hang on. We're gonna put this back really quick. We can do a vec. That is a vec u32. Or, sorry. This should be mutable A. It's a vec U32 equal to, this should be droppable. Collect. But I can use collect. So you're using a bounded range inclusive by adding a concrete starting value. Okay. Thought they said I could omit that. And then this doesn't need, I thought you had to be mutable to add them. I guess not, because you're declaring it all in one. Okay. That would give me 101. And I don't even technically need that. So we could do that. That would be the way to do that. We'll keep that just because it's fine. And then Clippy will complain. And we'll move on. Yeah. We'll endeavor to remember that. Nice slice out of the ray so that the test passes. Um, 3. Doesn't have a size known at compile time. Because we need a reference here. Okay. Hey Kyle, how's it going? It's alright. We're playing with some rustlings and seeing if we like it better. So far, yeah, kind of a mixed bag. I'm not a super huge fan of it so far. Structure the cat tuple in one statement so that the print line works. Was it... Is it that? There we go. That was the correct syntax. All right. Tuple index acts as the second element of numbers and assigned it to the variable called second. I think it was just that, right? Oh, the second element, so that. Good, excellent. Let's see here. This is Vex. Let's go play with Vex. Vector called V, which contains the exact same elements as in the array A. Can I just get a reference? No, I can't. Try using a conversion method. Sure, we can do that, I suppose. We should also be able to clone. Except for that won't make it I32, we can do that, except for that won't clone. Because this is an array, so it would clone the array. I think the only thing that actually does work is 2vec, right? Without, going through it and copying it manually or something. Multiply each element in the input slice by 2 and push it to the output vector. Push element times 2. That's output. There's my loop. Collecting a vector after mapping, we map each element of the input slice to its value plus 1. Okay. Also want to multiply each element in the input slice by 2, but with iterator mapping instead of manually pushing into an empty vector. We would do that. Okay. We're in move semantics now. Fix a compiler error. You have to be mutable if we're going to be pushing things into you. Vec 0 and Vec 1 accessible at the same time. Value borrowed here after move. Fill Vec is this. We could take a reference, right? This would need to be. Wait, hang on. There's got to be a nicer way to do this. Like why? This doesn't make any sense as a program. But assuming this gets ownership of Vec. We'd have to do something like that. But like well, or still borrowed. Because this needs to be a reference, not the full thing. Like, I don't really know what they're looking for here in general. Like, you can just do that. Can't borrow Vec as mutable as behind a reference. It's because I did this wrong. It needs to be this, right? No. All right, let's put this back to the way they started. Like, what do you want me to do here? Arguments passed to a function is not explicitly returned. You can't use the original value anymore. Call this moving a variable. When we pass vec0 into fill vec, it is being moved, into vec1, meaning we can't access vec0 anymore. You could make another separate version of the data that's in vec0 and pass it to fill vec instead. This is called cloning in Rust. I mean, okay. That's a way. That's what you think should be done here. Like, this just doesn't really make sense, though. We can do that, though, I guess. That's fine. It probably makes the most sense because if we were to borrow this instead, even if it wasn't mutable, like if we were to borrow vec and then make our own thing, because we do have to return a different vec, right? That's what is the rub there. Then we'd still have taken ownership, pardon me, of this guy. We gotta take a reference still. And it doesn't make sense, so I guess that's why they're saying clone is the answer. That makes sense in that context, I guess. I don't know, I'm a little confused by that one. Let's see here. Cannot borrow vec is mutable as is not declared as mutable. We push in the function without adding any new line. So this is where they were saying, or where you would mutable that. And then they're only checking vec1, which is why that works. Because they would still return vec, but this is still, like, this would fail with the same problem. It's been borrowed after the move. Okay. That one I feel better about my understanding of for sure. Let's see here. Only by reordering the lines in the test. Second mutable borrow occurs here. Second mutable borrow occurs here. We would need only by reordering the lines. I don't know. Yes, okay, yeah. So in calling push, it effectively returns the borrow, right? Yes, I would like reason about the range in which each mutable oh, okay. Well, no. I spotted it. So y is equal to mutable x, and then we modify y. Well, no, that's still like the borrow is being consumed, right? It's being returned. It's done being borrowed. I don't know. This is a little bit mutable references. Maybe we'll go take a look. Chapter 4.2. Do they have a similar example? Mutable references. Right here. Can I borrow S as mutable more than once at a time? First mutable borrow is in R1. What's last until it's used? And you create another mutable reference in R2. Borrows the same data as R1. Allows for mutation, but in a very controlled fashion. It's something that numerous stations struggle with because most languages let you mutate whatever you like. But this is because they borrow it as a mutable reference. Okay, so basically, like all of this tracks, basically you just have to somehow know that push is going to consume that reference, basically. I don't love that. I don't love the fact that it's not clear whether or not it will. Deeply confusing. Let's see. Fix compiler errors without changing anything except adding or removing references. The character. Meh. So we have an uppercase and we have a get character. Shouldn't take ownership. So if it shouldn't take ownership, then it should be a reference, right? Should take ownership should not be a reference then. And then we flip this around the same way. Like so. Okay. And none of that actually ended up being used, so okay, whatever. Let's see here. Is this Strux? It is Strux. Okay, Strux 1. The fields that the test regular Strux expects. What is what type should the fields have? Color regular. Duh. Okay. Red, and you need to be I-32. Except for I need to do what's the? Is it that? It's that. This is the correct syntax, I hope. Commas, yes. Blue, I-32. Hey, Justice, how's it going? How's Rustlings been treating you? Mixed bag. It's weird. The approach is deeply weird. But it's certainly more useful, I think, than reading the book was in terms of getting to grips with the actual code. I'm still kind of on it. What are the minimum and max values? So we need to look up syntax for the range like that. Is that can I guess it doesn't, we can't specify a range. We do it, implicitly by this. Um and then this we do the same thing though, wouldn't we? Just say that you hold 3 I-32s. Be there in 30 minutes. I would quickly need to go grab some toothpaste. Well, you should definitely do that. And then green is equal to um color regular struct 02550 except we didn't initialize this correctly. We didn't give you a constructor. So we need to instead do we need to do this. Or we could give you a constructor, but we don't necessarily need to instantiate a unit struct. It's just that, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Except for that's not correct. Unit like structs. That don't have any fields. Unit like structs because they behave similarly to blop unit. Oh, okay. So we do that? But we'd have to do it out here, right? Oh, right, no, never mind. We have one. I just didn't pay attention. There. That's what we should do, right? Yeah. There we go. No, no. I meant to use this unit struct that is nothing. Is just a unit struct. The tuple struct, or the tuple, yeah, color tuple struct. That one is here. We use that one like that. Oh, you're saying at this I should be, well, their test doesn't cover that. There you go. I see what you mean. Okay, what do we got here? Create your own order using the update syntax and template above. Create order template. This is struct update. Yeah, that's this. Um, except we wouldn't do this. That we'd need to do this, right? That the correct syntax? Yeah. And then we do name is the string they want. Um, except for this needs to be string from, like so. And then that, other way around. Like so. They already created a template for you? Oh, yeah, you're right. I was focused on the stuff after. Um, wait, no. Order template. There we go. Let's see here. The left, right failed, left 0. I'm count. Okay, yeah, count also needs to be set. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? I am allowed to do that. All right. Define the package struct. Want to test some logic attached to it. Sender country, recipient country, weight in grams, U32. They got a package. We have a constructor. This is how you should handle errors in Rust. We'll learn about error handling later. Okay. And then it gives us a self struct back. Correct return type to the function signature. Uh, that should just be self, right? Read the test that use this method to figure out, find out when a package is considered international. Local package is Canada, so oh, I see. This is a bool. This isn't a new constructor. Duh. Um, do I need to address self? Be recipient country. I just need to do that. And then it's going to complain at me. I would need to do that. And then correct return type to the function. So yeah, calculate the package's fees. Cents per gram. And it's probably, Guess it's just an int. But it's a big one. Or it could be a big one. This doesn't make sense though. But um weight in grams, cents per gram. I-64, but found you 32, right? I mean, can we just do that? It's not the right way to handle money, but let's see. Create international package failed. Oh, I know. I bet. It's not it's whether or not these are equal. Um that makes more sense. Still better than using floats for money. I saw that before in production. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I really haven't had to do anything with money like that, but depending on the severity of it, you could probably get away with it. Not the ideal way, but what is still failing here? International package failed. It panicked. Just says it panicked. Because this is flipped. There we go. Because it's is international, not is local. Alrighty. Are we still enums? Okay. I moved on to the next folder early on and missed a quiz, and things got really broken. Define a few messages, a few types of message as used below. And now I don't remember the syntax for enums. So we'll go here and we do that. Okay. Move, echo, change color, width. All you care about. All right, fine. Define the different variants used below. Okay, and that's the other syntax. Like this. Not that. Like this. All right, so resize is it's a point. Or no, sorry, it's got a width, which I'm sure is an I-32. Height, I-32. I don't know why I can't type I today. Looking for one. Move is a point. What's the correct way? It's in that, like so. And echo is a string, and change color is just a tuple. Can I do that? Is that correct? Seems to be okay. And quit is just whatever quit is. All right. We're happy with that. All right. We want to create a match expression to process a different message variants using the methods defined above. So we basically got everything we just had. We got state, has resize, all that has process, returns a nothing. Process the different messages, different message variants using the methods defined above. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah. So, um, is it this? No. What's my syntax? This is the syntax. It's just not done yet. I don't remember the rest of the syntax though. Pattern matching, match control flow. It's this. So message resize. Then we do resize. Except for we need a resize here. And that is this. We'll just call you M. And this takes the width. So resize has a width and a height, like so. Now, why is this? Expected two fields. Oh, because I need to do it this way. This match is weird like that. Tuple structure, tuple variant, found struct variant. Struct variant fields are being ignored. Oh, I need to label them, is what you're saying. Okay. I can, sure. Why not? Um, Other thing it could be is a move, which has a point. We can call that P. Move position P. Too many fields. Expected one, but found two. Oh, my syntax was wrong. Okay. Can do that. in theory. No, I can't do that. It's this point. Okay. I don't understand why they want to differentiate like this. But they didn't like that. Okay. Deeply weird. Echo is a thing. It has a message, which is a string. We can call you M, I suppose. Self echo the M. Message. What is the other? Change color. Change color. This is really RGB, but I guess my structs from the earlier could have been U8s, huh? That's fine. I don't care. And then this is change color, self change color, RGB, and quit is just self quit, like so. I need to call it. There we go. Uh, yeah. That seems okay. And it is okay. Okay, onto strings, I suppose. Like this is why this is I don't like this is one of the things I don't like about this approach is that I mean I got through it, but I'm not clear on this part, really. And this I guess you'd have to read 19 to get a better understanding. Got the toothpaste on the way back. A worthy quest. Um, discusses all the places where patterns are valid. Match expression, yeah. This isn't what I want. So no. No is the answer. How does it bind to values? Bind to the parts of the values that match the pattern, right? Put the inside. Yada yada yada. Add the variable called state. Uh-huh. Compare that value with each of the match arms done with a match until we reach coin quarter state. At that point, the binding for state will be the value US state Alaska. Yes. Use the binding in the print line expression, thus getting the interstate value out of the coin in variant for quarter. And it's possible that I'm missing something here, but I don't see a better explanation of why. Like a match that's an object gets this syntax. And this match that has an object gets a different. But it does appear that like it just matches this exactly. So at least that's a rule of thumb that we can like just sort of follow to make sure we do the right thing. Let's see here. Let's fix this. Fix compiler error without changing the function signature. Wouldn't this just be string from here? Oh, no. Wait, yeah. No, it wouldn't be. Expand for me so you're not so wonky. String but found units. Because I forgot to take that out of there, that's why. Derp. Like, is that correct? Strings lives with a static lifetime. We know this because the data of the string lives in our code itself. It doesn't come from a file or user input or another program, so it lives as long as our program lives, but it's still a string slice. There's one way to create a string by converting a string slice covered from the strings chapter in the book. That we use the from trait. Okay, so that's the one way. We could also do what they're saying, I think, is just that? No. What was the one way to create a string by converting a string slice. Let's go covered in the book. They don't give me places. Let's see, generic data types. Slice type, perhaps? Yeah, string slices. String from hello world. Create a string by creating a string slice. String slices, string literals as slices. Oh, would it just be that? No. That's still a slice. We're trying to go the other way around. What's the other way? String from my string literal this. It's this and that, right? And if I just omit all of that, it becomes that. It's still a slice though. We don't want a slice. Back up. Well, good. String literals as slices. Hang on. String slice is a reference to, yes. So it'd be, looks like this. But that's already a string. I want a literal two. This is probably the wrong place. It would have to be in data types, maybe. Um, String from literal. I know I can just do string from, right? I'm looking for the other way that they mentioned. Take that off because trust. Creating a new string. I'm looking for the other. Ah, two string. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. To owned. Ah, okay. Yeah. It mentioned there were other methods, but I couldn't find them in the book. There they be. Uh, it seemed like it seemed out of place and too simple. So I was checking to make sure that I wasn't missing something insane. Is there a few paragraphs above in the book? Maybe. Finding strings. Slice string. String type. Like here's a string new. There it is right there. I'm quickly finding that I don't like the Rust book as a reference either, basically. Because when you're scrolling, you're scanning the page looking for like I don't want to read the whole fucking page over again if I'm looking for a specific thing, right? Um and I just if you're scanning the page for things that you're looking for, so far I'm failing to easily land on them. Okay. Next is a color word. It takes a reference to a string slice. If it's one of those, fix the compiler error in the main function without changing this function because you are a string type. And you can't just do this. You can't. Okay. I also forgot to hit next. Maybe you like the docs more. Maybe. But I'm not going to read all this right now either. I landed on the docs for something else earlier and I was not finding what I wanted either, but also like I'm still deep in the trying to understand everything phase. So okay. Let's go on next here. Uh yeah, there we go. Remove white space from both ends of a string. I think that was trim. Yep. Compose me, add world to the string. There are multiple ways to do this, right? So this is where this should come in. Hopefully concatenating with this or format, format, uh, format, this input, I shouldn't have deleted that. Hang on. World. Like that. Replace cars in the string with balloons. And so this is probably where I want docs, but there may be replace cars, balloons. Docs are pretty well liked in the Rust community. One reason for that is that all crates packages, for the most part, use the same standardized document format. So once you know your way around them a bit, you know all the docs. So yeah, I think I might have been looking in the wrong place, basically. I'm still deep in the figuring stuff out. Yeah, this is just like knowing programming ball, right? There's often a replace. It usually takes two arguments. Usually, Go is an exception. It has weird stuff. It's like an optional integer parameter. I think I forget exactly. I have to look it up every time. Okay, so that takes care of that. Onwards to the next. Calls of string slice or string. Calls of this function should be replaced with calls of string slice or string. Here are a bunch of values. Some are string slices. Your task is to replace placeholder with either string slice or string, depending on what you think each value is. Also replace and replace first, replace last. Gotcha. Well, that's where like good IDE support comes in, right? So if you have this, then you can replace and replace first is clearly not in the prelude. So you might not find out about that, but there are also some in this example where both work. Yeah. String slice or string. This is a slice, I think. Yeah. This is a string type because we called toString. This is a string type because we did string from. ToOwned, we learned just a minute ago through our friend Justice's help that this is a string slice, right? No, string type. Wait. Yes. Yes. Into I don't know. Replace first and replace last for only nightly only currently says me why. I mean that would be why. I am not running nightly because I'm not insane. I don't know what I don't remember what into does. Into self. I don't know. String? Sure. Um I mean I know I could just try it. That's not the point. Or both. Ah, okay. Well, that's a crappy example of this thing then. I'm gonna leave my answer. It's fine. String slice would have worked there, yeah. Format. This should make a string. This is byte indexing, not character indexing. Character indexing can be done using cars. Okay, yeah. I think this is a slice. And it is. I think this is a string. It's not. Like, I realize you'd have to go and make it and go through characters, but it's interesting that it doesn't return a string. Returns a string slice with leading and trailing white space removed. Huh. Okay. Replace. Uh, uh, well, if that one returns, then hopefully this. It doesn't return a slice, though. Okay. So the APIs for their string helper functions are kind of all over the place, is what I'm learning here. Returns a reference to the part without the white space. Okay. I dislike inconsistent APIs as a general rule. That makes it hard to remember such things. And you have to look it up every time. Which, you know, you can go over here and do this, but like, yeah. Yeah, I say. Oh, I should really make sure that everything is happy here. And it is. Oh, let's see. Modules. All right. Let's hope that this is much more clear than the book. I can't do that with replace though, since you actually have to modify the string, right? Fix a compiler error about calling a private function. We just need to do a pub, right? Oh, sorry. No, not this. No, I'm in the wrong place. Duh. That's what we need to put the pub on. Hey, Terrace, how's it going? Um, Module, sausage factory. Okay. So this is what the book wasn't clear on, is you can just drop a whole module in. Yeah, you're right. Declaration site. Yes, .rs indeed. We're trying out the Rustlings, which is still kind of weird. I'm not sure I love them. Let's see here. Module pass into scopes and provide new names for them with the use and as keywords. Right. Delicious snacks. Following two use statements after fixing them. Self, fruits, pear. Use and as. You can start making new rest jokes. So even though we're not really supposed to do this, I don't think they mentioned it. We would do that, right? And then we would do this as veggie, right? And then this is going to complain. Import of constant fruit is private. This is pub. This is also, do these need to be up here? No. Like, I don't understand. Up crate, really? Take a look at the entire compiler error. Yeah, I'm not. I don't want to look at compiler errors to fix the fucking thing. I hate that. Like, I want this to catch errors I miss. I want this to help me write the code correctly, right? Um, constant import fruit is private. Private constant. Okay. You could import this directly. Right through the re-export. Yeah, none of this makes any sense to me because this chapter was so fucking bad. Um, so constant import veggie is private. Like you could import this directly. Yeah, none of this makes any sense because the chapter was so bad, basically. What does the help say? Delicious Stacks module is trying to prevent or present an external interface that is different than its internal structure. The fruits and veggies modules and associated constants. Complete the use statements to fit the uses in main and find the one keyword missing for both constants. Yeah, this was chapter 7, which is so bad. Hub use. Well, it did other things. The re-exports also have, yeah, this is fucking stupid. This is just fucking stupid. I hate this. This is so weird and not explained well. And I'm also confused as to this. Like, why did they say crate here? Like, why is that the IntelliSense suggestion? Confused about this. Um, like whatever point they're trying to illustrate by doing it this way is utterly and completely lost on me. But I'm gonna move on. Hub whatever just means it only make it public in an explicit scope. Okay, see, that's good to know. Hub crate make this only visible for the current crate. Okay, that's good to know too. I will endeavor to remember it. Okay. Yeah, we just need to import system time, I'm sure, right? Import, and Unix epoch. So we need to do this syntax. No. This? No. I don't remember the syntax. IntelliSense save me. Oh, it's curly brackets. That's why. Pub in module path means only make this public in the specific module path and descendant modules. Pub super means only make this public for the module above. Okay. That's done. Next. Are we in? We are in hash maps next. I clicked on the wrong one. We'll start here. I don't recall the syntax for creating this. Hash map new. Okay. Should have guessed, I guessed. Has map? How about hash map? There we go. Hub super me. Oh yeah. Just read that. It's almost always new for any type in Rust. Good. That's good to know. I should have guessed that, but Put more fruits in your basket. Okay. 2 bananas are already given for you. Apple. Orange. That should all pass. Also works for Vecnu, yes. All right. Easy enough. Let's go on to number 2. Collecting different fruits to bake a delicious fruitcake. Delicious and fruitcake. I demand a dragon fruit. Okay. Dragon fruit. I guess all one word. There you go. It wants 2 words. I don't know which one is correct, but it's in there. They'll figure it out. I missed a. Do not take this seriously. I'm trying to be funny. Rust language developers are so afraid to commit that they create a programming language and engine and actual language lives in standard library and popular what? Standard library and popular packages. I don't understand. Maybe I need to know more about the Rust ecosystem to get it. We're collecting different fruits to bake a delicious fruit cake. For this, we have a basket. Which we represent in the form of a hash map. Key represents the name of each fruit we collect, and the value represents how many of that particular fruit we have collected. 3 types of fruits: apples, mangoes, and lychee are already in the basket hash map. Must add fruit to the basket so there's at least 1 of each kind and more than 11 in total. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Not allowed to insert any more of the fruits that are already okay. I'm a little confused about that, but okay. I see. This is okay, so oops. We need to first know if it's already in here. That's why they're doing it that way. That makes sense. Okay. Apple, mango, and lychee are already in the basket. So bananas and pineapples got to go in. I need to accessing values. It's a result or something. Get method. Unwrap or. So we could probably do um unwrap or dot get fruit. But I got to give a reference to the fruit. And then unwrap or contains some value or provided default. Well, no, I can't do that. Get will give me option. Um, there's a way to do this. And I'm drawing a blank on the syntax. Where you can just match directly. Let's see. The goal kind of is that expect a very few core constructs like operators and syntax all other constructs like vectoring, box code, and 3 be defined by any library. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. Um, Very well used and well regarded community packages, right? New features for language are off to test out individual packages before they make it into the standard library. Okay. Looking for the entry API? Am I? Um, am I? Entry. Gets the given keys corresponding entry in the map for in-place manipulation. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's more like what I'm looking for. But there's a different thing I'm looking for. Um Match control. So I think it had to do with matching, but it might not have been. Might have been to do with no. Um it would have been in the error handling. Maybe. Where they showed different ways. Stop it. You need to shush. Why you're jingle jangling right now? Hang on 1 second. What are you? You are a waste of my time, but we'll humor you. Okay. I'm looking for like the unwrap stuff, which I thought was in here. I don't think it is though, because this is just specifically errors. Um. Okay, yeah, that's a thing too, but that's not what I'm looking for. I don't think. Because I wanted to understand the other thing in this context as well. Um, if let none, maybe. I don't think it was in here though. Where would it have been? Like they went on and on about it, and it's somewhere buried in this shit. Control flow, maybe? If yeah, okay, here we go. If in a let statement, not quite, but closer. Do that. It wasn't in there. This looks slightly closer. That would be in a match, though. So I guess we could match, right? We could match basket, get fruit, but this is a reference, right? And then do none as this. And then some. I want this to just be a no op. I could just do like a continue there, right? But if none, um, then I'd want to add. And that I would need to. I want or insert. It's just insert. And then this doesn't have, I guess it should be one. That'd be that. No. I guess I can't do a none like that. Oh, yeah, you're right, because it's not a return. Thank you. Yeah, okay. So you could do it that way. With the match. You could also do if let basket get fruit is none, right? Can't do that way. That only matches let none equal basket get fruit. Okay. And then I could do insert fruit one there. And then this would pass. Clippy's a little bit mad about it, but that's fine. We're doing this for trying to understand and remember things. This I should have checked. I didn't. Some is a problem. That would be the correct way to do that. And then that would work. And actually, Clippy's happy with that too. Um, uh, that works. Yeah, sum underscore. Yeah, throw it away. Explicitly ignore the sum value. Is none. Yeah. But we do have these convenience features that would probably be the more correct way to go about it. Only if key isn't present. So we'll take that out of there. It'd be basket, entry, fruit. You need a reference though. Uh, or insert fruit one. But I can't do that. Oh, this is just that. And you're not a reference, you are the thing. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right. That is number 2. Let's go on to number 3. You need to get advanced onwards. Okay. Give me 1 second here. I need to stand up and stretch out. I've been going for 2 hours and I didn't even realize it. I'm going to get a beverage as well. I need some caffeine. I'll be right back. There we go. Now I'm blurry though. Hang on. Let's fix that. You fix that. There we go. Let's see here. Sounds good. Yes, it will be delicious here in just a second. Managed to fix your AC? Yes. Yeah, I did. I got it fixed. I figured out. So I don't remember if I complained about this already or not, or if it was entirely a new development. But I wound up on Amazon looking at the parts, and it was all a bunch of random letter name companies. And they had things like OEM quality on all of their shit, and the prices varied widely from like $250 to like $75. So like obviously some of this is cheap crap, you know? Um so I had an idea of where I would go to try to get a part. Not from Amazon because fuck that. Uh and that I was gonna pay like $250 to $300 for the part. Okay, that sucks, but hopefully it lives for another 15 years or however long, you know, motor wise. And then I was like, okay, well, I got to get up on the roof. I don't like heights. Um, I don't trust the ladder that's built in, and I'm a big guy. I don't know that I should be up on there, like structurally wise. Um, but I could do it. I would not be comfortable, but I could probably make myself do it. But buying a ladder that's tall enough to get up there, um, would cost me like $300. Yeah, then I'd have it, but then I'd have to also find a place to put it, right? Which is storage space is a challenge. That's a large item. Um, so I wound up just deciding, you know, it'll be almost the same price and 1,000 times less hassle to pay somebody to do it. So I just call the tech to do it. I do the things that are not on the roof for sure, but I'll let him do that. So it was kind of expensive, but it was roughly the same. Can't you ask a neighbor or something? I'm not going to ask a neighbor to, oh, maybe they could lend you a ladder. I mean, maybe. I don't know who would have a ladder around here. Um, and generally, I try not to bother people. That's kind of the vibe. Like mostly people that live in RVs just want to be left alone for the most part. um, but yeah. I recently needed to buy a list of 60 parts or so that each had numbers like all of that. It wasn't not even the part number, but on Amazon, there are lots of sellers that are just Chinese shops, right? Basically. And when they get busted for selling junk, they just take it down because their brand is just a random bunch of letters. Like I can show you. Let me we'll do incognito so it's not logged in. Uh like this. So let's see, we got sponsored stuff that's all over the place, you know, direct replacement. And this company Gorgorilla or FLNGR Flunger or Zinnovate, like HHQ. Like these aren't, you know, long-standing Lungu. These aren't long-standing respected brands that have skin in the game. This is random characters that kind of look like a brand. Garsu, or that is finger store, right? It could be. It could be a capital I. You never know. Like this isn't Pullman or Dometic or I forget Eric Seller, whoever owns them now. The Nuvapi store, right? Like, and they're all the same. Like I've seen this picture. We could probably find it. Not this one. It'll be one that looks the same as where were we? Same as this guy. Like if it looks roughly the same, like this one maybe. Yeah, look. Sure looks like the same people made this crap, huh? Or like this picture looks real familiar. You know? And this crap has made Amazon almost useless. Like I barely buy anything from Amazon anymore because it's all this shit. I've played this game before. I once bought a thing and I was like, it's a little plastic valve. The cheap one's probably fine. It's probably the same mold, right? I bought it. I installed it. It immediately sprayed water everywhere. It's like 3 rows of only sponsor stuff. Yeah. And crap. Um, so I returned it and paid twice as much for the real thing from the Dometics store, which is Dometic is a manufacturer of RV things. So then I was mad and I went and left a review on the return one, like, this is a cheap, crappy knockoff that leaked immediately. And Amazon took the review down, saying, we thoroughly investigated and determined this was a legitimate part or something like that. Okay. All right. So I redid my review and said, this was a faulty piece of crap instead of it's a knockoff piece of crap. And they didn't let that be published either. Because those fucking bastards don't care. Yesterday, someone online cheated me of 1 cent in taxes. Lovely. You do that 1,000,000 times, and you get $10. Yeah, like Amazon is becoming quickly completely unusable. It's funny in a way. It's also really hard to talk to a human there now. You got to go through their crappy bot. You need to take them to court. Yeah. Wow. I don't have money for legal battles. Or time. Or interest. All right. Let's make some progress. Long story short, the AC is working. It was more expensive than I hoped. But like I can't just not have it because it gets hot. All right. Don't think they'd still want to deliver my order then, so not gonna. Yeah, I mean that's fair too. Tried to buy stuff from them. They tried to ask me for my passport and ID, to which I copied and pasted EU law, and they instantly unlocked my account. Nice. I had to what was it that I ordered? A phone case. So my phone case had fallen apart. Um and because I have an older phone, like I just went to Amazon. I was like, I'm not driving all over the place with gas at $5 a gallon to see if I could find a new case locally. So I just went to Amazon and ordered it. And the first one they sent me, they tried to ship it to a PO box, or they ship it USPS to a place without a post office box. Okay, I got a street address. I can get FedEx. That's fine. I don't have a mailbox out there. Not one blessed by the postal gods, for certain. So it got returned as undeliverable. I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. My bad, I forgot. So I ordered a new one and spent like 20 minutes trying to figure out how to chat to a human. Went through the dog-brained LLM, finally got to a person, explained it again. And they were like, okay, yeah, sure, no problem. I've ensured that it'll go out via FedEx or UPS. And then like 2 days later, I got an email. The first time I didn't get an email. The first time it just went back. And I checked like the day after it was supposed to arrive. I was like, oh yeah, I was supposed to get that. And it had been sent. But I got an email saying, well, your package is undeliverable. It's at the post office pending. So I wound up just driving to the post office and getting it, which was annoying, but at least I got it, right? So, like, even if you do talk to a human there, they're fucking useless too. And Amazon used to be a good place to buy things. You got good prices and you got excellent customer support, and I was happy to use them. But they've completely done away with that and ensured that they continue to grow less and less relevant in the world. What we got here? Got one of these. One of these. Flashbang. Digital oscilloscopes. Yes, indeed. That's an expensive toy. It looks very fancy though. I don't know anything about them other than they make these pictures happen. But it looks very nice. Let me check on this guy. Yeah, no, you're still wasting my time. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Just waiting for you to try to tell me that you want me to handle interviewing for other people, and then you'll give me a cut so that I can report your account to the admins and you get it shut down. Pretty good value for money. Nice. Uh let's see, it scratches and itches my brain. I like how it looks, right? It looks very sciency, very engineering. All right. List of scores, one per line of a soccer match is given. Each line is of the form name, name, goals, goals. England, France, 4-2. Okay. French in shambles. You have to build a scorers table containing the name of the team, the total number of goals the team scored, and the total number of goals the team conceded. Okay, a structure to store the goal details of a team, goals scored, goals conceded. Build scores table. Name of the team is the key, and its associated struct is the value. Don't want to look at this one, for example. Let's take a look at this one, for example. A little bit more expensive. For similar specs, gotcha. Well, this one has more Schwartz in it, so you know that's why. Okay. Scores is hash map, team scores, scored and conceded. Just a little tiny bit more expensive. Just a tiny, tiny bit. So team one name, split iterator is this guy, split on commas. Okay. Next, unwrap. So team one, team name, yes. Team one score, team two score. Populate the scores table with the extracted details. Keep in mind that goals scored by team one will be the number of goals conceded by team two. Yes. So we just need, like, this is weird that it's, why isn't this before? So we do team one name, a new team scores, team one goals scored is team one score, and then goals conceded is team two score. And then we just do the same. Insert team two name with team scores. Goal scored is team two score. Goals conceded is team one score. I bet you this is gonna end up in borrow problems, huh? They go up to request a quote for their higher spec models. I hate the request a quote game. Like, if you can't put the price on your website, you end up losing my interest, right? You better be the only person in the world that gives me this thing, or else I'm going to go find someplace else that can just tell me what the friggin' price is, right? I hate that. Call to schedule a chat with our sales team. How about die in a fire? What does it cost? Put a number on. All right. Am I going to end up in borrow checky problems? I need you. There we go. No, I'm not. Okay. Because these are just ints or U8s, so that's why it works. But I messed up somewhere. Goals scored by team 1 would be the number of goals. Goals scored, team score. Goals scored by team 2 would be the number of goals conceded by team 1. I read it as, if you're worrying about the price, you're probably too poor. I mean, there's that to be said for it. But also, like, how do they know? You know, maybe I have a ton of VC money. They don't know. I read it as, they're going to say, well, how much money do you have, basically? And then figure out how much they want to try to rake me over the coals, right? And they're going to try in clever ways to determine the answer to that. And they may even try to talk me into like financing crap that they get a cut out of and stuff like that. And it's just crap, you know? Let me check here. So in my result lines, goals scored by team 1 will be the number of goals conceded by team 2. But they give me, each line is of the form team 1 name, team 1 goals, team 2 name, team 2 goals. So England scored 4 goals, France 2, right? That makes sense. So England scored 4 goals. Team 2, France, conceded team 1 4. They conceded 4. And then France scored 2, which means that England conceded 2. Right? In an auction, a used variant of that model went for $238,000. I mean, it sounds to me like the auction people probably got a good deal then. And the actual price is probably way higher. This returns scores. What have I mistaken here? So left it right. This is team score 1. Build scores table with results. Goals scored should be 6. Ah, it's because there's multiple different results in here. That's what's going on. That's what's going on. On eBay. Why is measuring equipment so expensive? Because it can be, mostly. And like, you know, it is a tricky problem. It takes a great deal of effort to make a precision measuring device. But also because you're kind of required to have them in a lot of cases. And therefore they can be. So this needs to be this is a different updating value based on the old value. So we do the same thing here. So we can do scores insert team one name. But before we do that, we say let current scores equal scores insert team one name or sorry, not scores insert entry. Team one name or insert this. This is my default case. Right. Current scores, goals scored plus team one score and current scores. I don't need this, do I? Yeah. Goals conceded plus team two score. Like so. What are you upsetty spaghetti about? Because I didn't do plus equals. And then you, right, yes, you should be this because Rust wants to be snaky cased. That's fine. And then I can do, this should actually be team one current scores. Team two current scores will be scores entry team two name or insert this default info. This needs to be 0 though, if we're inserting, because we're going to add to it immediately after. So insert them up, and then team two current scores, goals scored, plus equal team two score, team two current scores, goals conceded, plus equals team one current score. No, team one score. Like so. Yeah. I see team scores inputs default, so you can use scores entry team name or default. Oh. Or default. Okay. Sure. We can do that. All right, and that gets us to passing. I should have checked. Nope, we're in quiz 2, not in this. I don't know that I guess we'll do a little bit more of this, but so far I'm not. I don't feel like this is beneficial. Not not super effective. Um so elegant, so pure, so monadic. I'm going to do vector math on you. Yeah, it doesn't. I don't. Yeah, we should get building. Yeah, that's gonna be the next step, I think. Um, I'm gonna power through some more of this, but it's just not. It's not engaging. It's not engaging. It's CS puzzle adjacent. Like it hasn't been too esoteric, but it assumes that you've read and retained more of the Rust book than I have. I think that's the main problem. Is that it assumes that I'm reading this stuff in parallel or something, which is fine, but like, I've forgotten part of what I read, and I'm just not interested in reading again or anymore. Like, and I don't like doing that once. It is not going to help it stick. I don't think. I just need to be building things basically, but we'll power through a little bit more. Because I feel like there has to be stuff in here that I'm missing. Like the borrow checker stuff is Rust specific, and like there's no way to come to grips with it without doing this, right? There are a lot of people for which this format works well, to be fair. And I mean, maybe Rust just isn't for me, It's entirely possible. And I don't know how effective it's been for other people either. I know that everybody always used to say, well, the Rust book, you read the Rust book. The Rust book tells you everything you need. The Rust book is great. I fucking hate the Rust book. So, All right. Little machine in the form of a function. As input, we're going to give a list of strings and commands. These commands determine what action is going to be applied to the string. It can either be uppercase the string, trim the string, append bar to the string a specified amount of times. The exact form of this will be, the input is going to be a vector of 2 length tuples, okay? First element is the string, the second one is the command. The output element is going to be a vector of strings. Okay. I would find Rustlings boring. Yeah, I mean, it's not, it's better in that it's hands-on, but yeah, I am feeling kind of bored with it. Like, but that's just like the thing, right? Um, with it, it's hard to figure out how to deliver what you need to be successful at the level of repetition needed for it to stick without being silly and trivial, right? That's why tutorials and things are hard, and that's why you have tutorial hell. Because, like, how do you really come to grips with this thing, right? The answer is you got to go write code, basically. But like what I would have liked is a more self-contained Rustlings, basically, where I don't need you to explain to me what a variable is. I understand a variable, right? What I really need is like a leg up onto these are the Rust specific things and how you have to think about Rust and architect Rust. And here's some of the things that in Rust that are specific to the way the language works that make programming easier, to help you train your brain to understand like how to recognize them. Like that, okay, perfect example. You saw that team scores implements default. Completely I overlooked that. One, because I'm not super engaged in this, but also two, because like there's just this tag shit all over the place. And my brain hasn't learned yet that in Rust, this is actually worth paying attention to in some cases because it has that information in it, and I didn't know you could to default or default or whatever that was. I've already forgotten what the call was, right? Because I'm not familiar enough with it to yet just spot that and go, yes, that thing. So, and some of that is just like you just got to sit down and write it, but others, I think you could give a better leg up. But it would be tricky because it always is tricky to try. Or default, yeah, that one. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like hopefully there'll at least be something in here that I can retain, because I've retained a lot about the borrow checker. I'm not 100% to grips with it, but I retained a lot of that, enough to get me through there with a fairly decent amount of ease. But I'm also still not in the, like, you wind up in this state where you can read it better than you can write it, and that's true with like like spoken reading, regular human languages, and with programming languages, right? And people say it often, they talk about it. They're like, okay, well, when I follow a tutorial, I can understand everything that's going on. I can follow along with no issues. But when it comes time to write my own thing, I have no idea what to do. How do I even start, right? And that means you're in tutorial hell. Also true for maths. I would have to experience what an effective math lesson would actually feel like to opine upon it, because I've only experienced math lessons in the here's how to be a shitty meat computer sense. But yeah, that's tutorial hell that they're kind of describing, right? And the answer is you just got to go build some stuff. Write shitty code. It doesn't matter. You can fix it later if you care. Like, and some things you're not going to care. You're going to build something trivial just because it's a lower barrier to entry, and that's fine. And if it sucks, that it doesn't matter at all. Just calculations aren't really math. I mean, yeah, I would agree. Like, so I think I talked about this the other day, but like I had gone through my high school math courses. Algebra I didn't really understand. And nobody could give me a compelling reason like to connect it to anything. Like, why do I give a fuck about rise over run? I don't know. I still don't know. I don't really know. It doesn't make any sense to me. But we hammered on y equals mx plus b so much that I remember that formula, and just I have a burning hatred at the concept when it enters my brain. That's how much I hated it. um uh so I did that. Geometry was much easier because shapes made sense. I didn't get along so well with proofs. Like, they clicked at some point and I could do them. I don't care about them though, so they've gone. You know. But like, geometry, dealing with an actual shape in general, and things that resemble the world, made more sense to me. Um, because like, finding the area of a rectangle is much easier to understand why I might care about that. That's how do I figure out my square footage of my apartment or whatever, right? That all makes a degree of sense. Do you know 3B, 1B? I've heard of them, but I've never watched them because I genuinely hate math. I was made to hate math by the amount of shitty math teachers I've had. So I don't seek out math content. And because in general, math people have the same problem as CS people do, where like, you can make the numbers do all these things. I don't fucking care at all. Like, until there's a concrete use for it, I just don't care. And that's true for like everything in life, you know? Like, I don't give a shit about the chemical composition of things until I need to care, you know? I don't care about I don't care what the capital of South Dakota is unless I need to go there. And I don't remember what it is anymore. But once upon a time, they, hammered that into us. I don't give a shit, you know? So like, yeah. But anyway, so I started doing programming class, and I did the first, there was only one programming class. And I think it was a half a year class. So the first quarter, we did basic, and then we did Java, because the teacher thought Java was going to be the future and Java applets were going to be the future. He was wrong on that one, but he was right about a lot of things, so I forgive him. Even though I would have preferred if we went on to C or C++. That, in hindsight, would have been way more valuable. Basic, yeah, I mean, well, it's basic, right? And the entire class was that we'd never programmed before, you know. It was high school. But then I had all my credits and everything. I was like, I don't actually need another class, but the scheduling works such that like, I need something to fill the time, basically. So I asked him if I could just take the class again. And he's like, yeah, you can just skip straight to doing Java things, and then we'll come up with different assignments for you. And I was like, cool. So I did that, right? And that's where I started, because I was, and there were like 2 or 3 of us that were in the same boat. So because all of us we're kind of off in this own section, we're off the beaten path, it was more of a real programming task where it's like, okay, here's what we want to have happen. Go figure that out. And I don't remember the specifics of it, but I remember, like, I could recognize that I needed to write an algorithm for this. I could recognize that it involved math specifically. I couldn't connect the dots. I struggled really, really, really bad. And I realized that I didn't know jack shit about math, right? I had no practical knowledge of how to use this tool. And I was really angry because I had all my math credits. That should mean that I'm ready to do what I need to do with math at a level other than, like, high-end calculus and shit, right? It was not true. I could do basic, add things, subtract things, divide and multiply things. That's about as far as my understanding of the math had gone, right? The rest was just fucking formulas and plug and chug. And I got really, really, really angry. Like, towards the end of your high school time is primo being mad at the world time. But I was still really angry. At least you didn't have to write APL. Yeah, I don't even know what APL is. I mean, basic was fine. Like, I don't remember any of it really. I remember Go Sub, but yeah, it wasn't. I don't recall it poorly. I don't want to go write it again. But that's just there's more stuff. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? APL is ISO standard. Okay. 13751. No idea. No idea at all. Okay. So we're gonna get some doubles. Use super command. Okay. My module. This is just use my module, right? We need a function in here though. Complete the function as described above. Oh, okay, I'll do it above. Sure. Public function transformer input is a thing. Let's just get that. And we'll need transformer. It's not fun. FN. So we're gonna get. Why is everyone using Clippy as a profile picture nowadays? What's going on? I don't know. I know I've seen it a lot. I suspect that in Marco's case, it's because Marco really loves Rust Clippy. Okay. And then this. This needs to be pub, right? And then I can do that? No. It really wants crate. Use super my module what? Because you're in another module and want to navigate up? Then you navigate into the my module and want to import the transformer function? Super because you're in another module. That's not the right button. Because I'm in the test module. Navigate up. Then I navigate into my module. And then import transformer. Okay. So does this even have to be pub? It doesn't. Okay. Crate alternatively creates a path rows with crate root. Yeah. Okay. It's a movement against big tech data harvesting for AI training, planned obsolescence, ransomware, censorship, and cheatification. Ah, okay. I didn't even know. Did you finish Game Engine? No, we're playing with some Rust for now. We'll go back to that eventually. But we have other things that are distracting us, and other pain points as well. Okay, so Input is a vector of two length tuples. So a vec of, how do I specify? First one is a string. Second one is the command. So I would do that, right? Yeah, okay. And it's going to output a vec of strings. Okay. And for some reason I lost one of my squirrely braces along the way. Oh no, there you are. You're just in a wonky place. The mod doesn't have to be pub, only when you want to use the mod outside the mod where it is declared. In this case, it's declared in the creates root module using it from within the creates modules. Root module, so you're fine. Okay, I see. The game engine will be written in Rust. Clippy has spoken. No, it will not. Mongoose has spoken. Started from monkey type. I first heard about it on Rossman. Even use our PFP for training. I mean, I'm sure. Well, I don't know about that, but like, it's probably in there. Hello from Kenya. Hello. All right. We get our incoming list of strings and commands. So we need to match on input, and I can't do that because it's a tuple. So I need to do one. No. Because this is a vector. I need to go through element, I guess. Let's go. In input. That's the correct syntax. And then we match element on one. Vec string but found. Nothing, right? Yep, we're not done yet. Input is a list. What? No. Vector is, your input is a vector of two length tuples. So on this, we match on the command. If it's a command uppercase, we could do something fancy, or we can just say, also we're going to need a mutable output is vector new. Then I go through here. If it's an uppercase, output push element 0 to uppercase. All right. Is any of this? No, I think we're good. We want to return output at the end, but Clippy is going to complain. So we'll just put that down there. And then we can do command trim means that we what happened? Oh, my IntelliSense bamboozled me. Command trim output push element 0 trim. But that's going to be a slice. So let's call toString on it. And then command append is going to come with a size. And here we're going to say for I in size? No. I need to be need to iterate through a range. Iterators. You can pattern match directly inside the for. Yeah, I'm doing that now. I was using list as generic term. Yes, okay. For S commit. Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. I can break this up. And then match on command. I need parens though. Like that. Okay. And then I can do I like this much more, thank you. I don't like this name so much, but we'll go with it. We're gonna call you manstring instead. Okay. I still need to iterate through a range. Range. What is the matching? I don't want to match a range. I want to what is the syntax? Rust iterate over range. For n range, rust by example. For n, okay, that's the syntax. So I in to size. That was supposed to be a 0, not a minus. Then I do I need to build a string here. Is there a nicer way to do this? Is there like a string builder? Because it's supposed to append bar to the string a specified amount of times. And like I could just do command string well, you're not mutable. So I probably need this, right? But I actually need this to be a clone. I think I need this. I don't think I can do this, but let me because I think this is going to be immutable, right? String format is it's this. Command string equals Cannot assign a new variable to an immutable value. Yeah. Okay. I thought so. That's fine. We'll clone you as a mutable. And then new string equals format. I need to put you into quotes. You then go into squirrely braces. And this actually needs to be new string, and I've done this wrong. This should be snake case for go. Like so. And at the end of this loop, we push new string to that. All right. Let's see here. Dot push. What? As in this? No, there isn't a string builder or something. Okay. Oh yeah, okay. So for 0 in size, yeah, okay. That's what we found. You can make it mutable. For mutable. Oh, I'm allowed to just to do that. Oop, not Matt. Mute. Then I could command string, command string, command string. Oh, okay, cool. Cool. And then I don't even need that. Can I just do this? I can't just do this. I have to explicitly throw away that. Okay, that's fine. Alternatively, let mute command string equals command string. Okay. Command string plus equals bar. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I'm thinking in Go there. You don't really want to string concatenate in Go. I don't know about Rust, but command string push string. There's another thing we could do. Let's see. Are we happy? That would make us happy. We could do that. What are you questioning about push there, Mr. Marco? What have I missed? Command string plus equals bar dot repeat. Command string push string bar dot repeat size. Can I do that? No, I can't. Plus equals bar bar dot repeat size. No, I can't do that. I'd have to do that. I don't know why it wanted that. Then push string would work. Oh, okay. I'm gonna just go with that. I like that more. Think he meant push string, maybe. Look, I write Go, okay? You know what Go says? Go says here's a minimal standard library that covers everything at the bare minimum. If you want to do stupid shit like add to strings, do it yourself. What do you mean convenience functions? We gave you a for loop. I didn't even know there was a repeat method. That's cool. You know what they say? 80% of Rust methods are unknown and undiscovered. I'm surprised there's no string builder. Usually that's you're supposed to use the builders because it's faster in a lot of languages, right? Okay. Let's get out of there. We're done with this quiz. You reserve the space you need for all of them in advance. I mean, yeah, you could. You could probably also uh, do like I don't know if it'd be any faster to just like build this part and then smush them together. I don't know. What would be the point of a string builder? It's just a vec of bytes. I've never dug into how they work under the hood in other languages. I just know that it's usually the answer. Now, do this with zero heap allocation? No. I don't give a shit about zero allocation. Until I do. Okay. That was more painful than it needed to be, I think, because of this confusion. Next. Let's go play with options. In Java, they exist because each string append would create a new string. Well, I mean, they still have to grow. In other languages, they still have to grow their vector or their slice or their array or whatever under the hood they want to call it. Um, and you have the difference of character versus bytes. Okay. Returns how much ice cream there's left in the fridge. If it's before 10 o'clock, 24-hour system. Yeah. 5 scoops are left. At 10 o'clock, somebody eats it all. So no ice cream is left. Return none if the hour day is higher than 23. Okay. So, um, maybe ice cream. So I guess we could just do match here on an hour of day. Um, can I do a less than? Or is that not allowed? No, that's not allowed. So I can't use it like that. We could just do an if. That's fine too. It's a U16. So I'm guessing, yeah. They just come in like that, even though that makes no sense really. Um Return. I don't know how to I have no idea how to fucking do these things. 12 wasn't in there. Option. We need to read about option. Um, so here, U16 equals 5? Some 5. But we need to miss that. There we go. But then I can just do omit that and omit this for the return, right? Yeah. Um, for none of hour of day is higher than 23. Less than 23. It's some, but with 0. Otherwise, we return none. Something like that, right? Except you can use ranges. You can do match hour of day X if X. Oh, okay. Ranges. Oh, okay. This makes more sense. Use an explicit else none or explicit early returns. Okay. That's a weird. I don't like their control flow. I really don't. But I like this more. I like the patch here. Hour of day. And then you become up to 22 and an arrow. And then '22, '23, you become that. And then this wouldn't be else then, it'd be, what's the default equivalent? Um, it's not default, it is default. I don't need to close that. Okay. This needs to be um not if hour of day is higher than 23. Yeah. This could just be this. That's not correct. You said I could do underscore matches all other. Okay. Um no, this is different syntax. You said X if. Okay, there we go. But I don't care about that. Can I just omit? No, I have to throw it away. Okay. That. Some zero, none. Okay. And then you default is just a name you assign to the value. So if you don't need a name, explicitly ignore the value. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Oh, and then that. Okay. Format, fix it for me. Except for we're gonna fix this. Uh how do you get the value contained in an option? It's that. No. Uh is some wrap or it's just unwrap, isn't it? Yeah, it's just unwrap. At 22, yeah, you're right. You're right, it is. Because if it's before 22, so that would have been correct there. Because at 22, so this actually does have to be that, I think. But that's inclusive. Match makes me feel warm inside. I don't love match yet. I don't know if I will. It seems like they've taken a switch and made it funky to read if you already know how the switch works. And I don't know if I'll come to terms with that or not. We'll see. Okay, but that gets us you're right. I did totally ignore that. Okay. Fine. Be that way. Unwrap that. There you go. I was busy thinking thoughts, okay? Not reading words. And trying to remember the way this shit is supposed to work. Okay. Next. Make this an if let value whose value is sum. Okay, so if let word option some optional target, right? That would be the correct way to do this. Not that. This sum. If let statements value sum. But then this expected an option. Target. Optional target is my sum. Let word that. Assert equal word target, which is a reference to a string. Hang the underscore if x equals 23 could also just been expressed as 23 to equals 23. which would have been probably more readable. I disagree. I think equal to 23. Like, I don't love either of these, but I think that explicitly equal makes it more readable. Other way around, wrap the wrong thing. You don't want to make it a what? So this is the way it was. Make this an if-let statement whose value is sum. Just 23. But 22 also is in here. Because 22 onward, it becomes 0. And I can't go back and Rustlings for some reasons. Or at least it doesn't. It doesn't tell me if there's a previous. Anyway, let's figure out this thing. You don't want to make it a sum. You want to pattern match the sum already an optional target. Right, but that's let word is the sum match of optional target, right? If let sum equals. So sum word. Like what the fuck is the point of that though? Like I don't understand the point of this, I guess. As optional target is already a sum. You try to assign the value to a pattern. But optional target's already a sum. So like I don't get to give the option is sum and get the word out of it. I don't like this syntax. I really don't like this syntax. Make this a while let statement. Remember that vec pop. Nested pattern matching in if let and while let. Okay. I don't remember this really. Adds another layer of option. So then we'd have to. Where did cursor? Cursor is the range. Remember that vec pop adds another layer of option. You nested pattern matching in an if let and while let. Integer is an option. Optional target is an option, which could either be none or some in theory. Here the concrete value is some, but the compiler doesn't know that. Um, So again, whatever they're trying to show me here, I'm really not grasping at all. I don't understand what they're trying to, the point they're trying to make, really. This syntax seems just fucking stupid. Um, and I don't get it. But okay. See how it's an option I8? Yeah, but I don't know what that means in a concrete way. I can see it on the screen, but like because I don't understand what they're trying to say, I don't fucking get it, right? And I'm trying to figure out. So like um like this uh uh yeah, I don't understand the point they're trying to make here. It just doesn't make any sense to me at all. Nested pattern matching in if let and while let statements. So this part makes sense. While I pop this thing, unless you're saying that it has to be a sum here, but then where the hell does cursor come into things? Some, yeah, I don't. This makes zero sense to me. I don't understand the point they're trying to make here, and it's fucking dumb, and I'm done with it. I don't care, whatever. If it comes up, I'll worry about it then later. But like this just doesn't, like we're just jerking around with lists and vectors, and I just don't care. Like I don't get it. I don't understand the utility of this. Fix the compiler error by adding something to this match statement. So while or match an optional point, okay. Some if there is some and there's a p point, print line coordinates are the x and the y. That makes sense, right? This makes sense. Outer sum unwraps the outer option layer by added by pop. Inner sum unwraps the option inside the list. Yes, I still don't understand like the point, right? Like, what's a good example? Um, I don't even know. It's just jerking off for CS reasons, right? Basically, I don't understand what utility are they trying to teach me, I guess is what I don't get. I don't understand the point. I don't understand, like, nothing they were doing there made any sense at all from a utility or from like a, why is this, like, what greater concept is this trying to make me aware of that is a useful tool? I was concerned I missed your dev stream. Nope. You've missed 3 hours and 34 minutes of it, but not all of it. It's just trying to tell you that options can be nested. But like, because there was no, that was math for the math's sake, right? That's like saying, okay, you can flip the x and the numbers in an algebraic formula. Okay, I don't fucking care, right? You need to tell me all the rest of it that makes that actually useful in some way, shape, or form that'll hopefully stick in your brain. Like, it's not enough. So actually, I there was a really good, I saw a really good thing the other day that was really well stated, actually. Let me see if I can dig it up really quick. I don't know that they replied to me, which is going to be key to this. They didn't. Uh, Searching is hopeless. They were talking about, especially in the context of like documentation or explanation. Uh, but they were talking in terms of like technical and non-technical people. But I have a non-technical person perspective on a lot of these things. But they were saying basically when you're trying to communicate these things for a lot of people, it's enough that a thing is true, right? And that's the reason for it to exist. Okay, I guess. But a lot of people, other people are going to say, well, what does this mean to me? I don't fucking care that it exists, right? What does it mean to me? How does this relate to the current context? What sort of utility does this have, right? Um, I don't like the rest of it doesn't matter. It's just going to get lost. There's nothing for it to hang off of or connect to, right? So when you're documenting things and trying to make tutorials, you really got to try to do that. And that's going to help people remember stuff too, right? Um, yeah, I wish they had responded, but like the utility of the thing needs to be communicated in a clear way that makes sense, right? Um, and if you happen to just be that person that collects random ass facts because this is your hyperfixation, you know, the nuts and bolts of the language, that's cool. You can still get the value there too, right? But aim it for both, for sure. Um, and there can be different null none values. The outer one here meaning that the list is empty, inside null, meaning there was an item in the list, but it was null or none. See, that would make a little bit more sense, but I don't think, like, I'm never going to remember that, basically, from what they just gave me. And I'm still not 100% sure on that I understand what that was going on there. Um, Rusting away, aren't we? Yeah, we're certainly trying. We're certainly trying. I'm a little frustrated with it in general. We're just getting started. We got another 8 hours of this. About 8 hours. We're gonna go for a while yet. I think we're gonna try to at least finish this, and we'll see where we're at time wise with that. Best Friday. I mean, it's a Friday. Okay, we need to finish this though. Otherwise it's a panic, right? But that, see, okay, we just did. No, that I can't do that though. We just did this in a different way. Well, this one's none or a unit. That doesn't make sense. Something to this match statement. Panic, no match. Um, it sounds like the problem of teaching abstraction through cat versus animal. It's technically true, but not compelling. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's another thing that I have bounced my head off of in the past is those explanations. Yes. They never clicked ever. Um and that is a tricky one, right? No, I'm not going to look at the compiler error. I don't, if I wanted to look at the error output of a language, I would write fucking Python, right? I don't want to look at compiler errors. I want to understand the shit and write the shit without constantly compiling. I don't like that. Um, like that should be the last bastion of sanity, right? This should be sufficient. So value partially moved here. Well, this is a sum with a print line. Optional point. Why is this a print line? Fix the compiler error by adding something to this match statement. It's called rusting because that's what it does to your brain cells. Much funnier to watch than experience. I mean, probably, yeah. Right? The to-do is fix the compiler error, so maybe you should see. No, it should be evident, right? I also have an error here. That's why I'm irritated. Value partially moved. Something being unexpectedly moved. Maybe we can add a reference. I mean, I'm trying to understand what's on the screen first. That's not value used after being moved. Okay. So you're a point, you're that. Adding something to this match statement. And we're meant to be understanding options from this. That's the other part. Match foo moves the foo inside the match statement. Value partially moved. I also wish that was more visible. I got to do this. Value partially moved here. So P gets moved in. And then we can't refer to it again. So if we were to say that, no. We can't do that. Are we allowed to match on a reference? Yes, we are. And now that works. So the point they're trying to make here is what you just said, is that match moves the thing inside the match statement, which consumes it. That actually almost works. It works here. Or was that the reference here that you're talking about? Ah, go back there. Some with reference to P would get rid of a reference by matching it. If you want to create a ref instead, you need to do some ref P. Right. Because that changes essentially the way I'm thinking about it is that matches a signature almost, right, of a thing. Which is probably not correct, but it's just the way my brain is trying to interpret this. That says, hey, if I see a sum, with a thing in it, in this case, it is inferring from this that it should be a point, I guess, which there's too much fucking magic in Rust. That's the main thing I'm learning here. That is correct, yeah. The main thing I'm learning, there's too much fucking magic in Rust. And that Rustaceans consider all this fucking magic to be worthy of stroking yourself off to. Because you guys love your naked returns and all this other shit. And all this inference and coercion and shit, right? And I don't like that. There's too much magic. I'm really unhappy with the amount of magic happening. And I'm sure it's very nice and interesting mathematically, but not Like it violates the principle of just write the fucking code that reads like the way it does, right? That was one of the biggest things I learned from working on a C code base. I worked with two old guys, had been writing C for a long, long time. And for the most part, with the exception of every so often they did bit masking shit, right? And I hate that stuff because it's hard to read. But like with the exception of that, and I'm sure there was a good reason when they did it, like every time you looked at something, it was just like super obvious what it was doing. It was all just really simple, the most obvious way to do a thing. And that was really educational to me because I was like, oh, you know, if this is what all these years of refining their craft has led them to, and they had like one of the lowest bug rates on in the engineering department. They almost always hit their goals and whatever silly metrics, right? Um, and part of that was old man craftiness and making sure that the whatever horseshit metric was in vogue at the time, they just made a realistic one, right? um, but like their approach after all this experience was to write the most simplistic, obvious code to do a task, right? It was very educational to me, and I saw the benefits of it immediately. It's almost correct. It certainly is a good analogy for how pattern matching works. You move the constructor syntax to the pattern side. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. I can imagine coming from Go, which is bare bones, Rust to be too feature full. The more you get used to it, the less magic there is. No, there's always going to be magic that you have to parse out. Like you can get faster at that parsing and more accurate at that parsing to where it doesn't bother you as much. But it's still magic, right? Magic in the sense of there's not a clearly observable cause and effect, right? Macros and shit like that, where you got to go digging around to figure out what they do. And that's kind of one of those things where, so one of the things that I like about the clean software approach is that when you break out a function, like it does what it says on the tin. So if your function is to add 7 to array, if you're reading the thing that contains that function and you get there, okay, it's going to add 7 to the array. And in context, that should make more sense, right? And if you care, you can dig into that. But if you don't, then you can just look at that function name and, okay, it's adding 7. I'll continue on with my debug, you know? Like if you create a option sum from a value p with sum p, the pattern to match that is also, pardon me, is also sum foo. Mm-hmm. If you create a point with point x100 y10, you also match it with point xy. Right. It's or if you want to match the inner values as well, point x. Yeah. For example, with if let point x100 y10 equals point x100 y10, that would be valid Rust syntax. Yeah, it's really hard to wrap your head around. It's not intuitive at all. Like I kind of see what you're saying. Like it's a match and an assign at the same time. It's really weird. Really weird. Clearly observable, I think, is subjective, and objectively becomes more clear the more you know. Magic is usually a placeholder for I don't know. No, it's not. It's putting shit off in a corner that you have to think about, right? it's more of a culture shock. It's not. I dislike abstracting things away, um, then and squirreling them off into different places like that, right? Where you have to go, if you want to understand that, you either have to go memorize how that always works, or um so like the difference between derive debug, right? It adds a bunch of stringer shit as opposed to just writing stringer functions in there that are in the code that you can look at right there while you're looking at it, right? That's an example of minor magic, but it's still like in the category of magic. Or the like that default derive or whatever it was. For the or default, right? Like, what the fuck is the or default? You have to go look at it. Really is not that much magic in Rust. The only magic, no. So magic, I don't mean magic in the sense of like, spooky foo woo woo stuff. Magic in the sense of things that are hiding, right? Things that are not easily observable. Like Python does the same shit, right? Where decorators can just add strange behaviors to your code. And if you don't happen to know exactly what that decorator does, then shit gets crazy, you know. The only magic things in the core language are really the auto ref and auto deref. Okay, yeah, that's a different kind of magic, but yes, that's also magic I'm not a big fan of. Type inference, right? Well, JavaScript has notoriously shitty type inference, coercion and all that results in all kinds of shit that sucks. Now obviously Rust has the compiler that goes through there, but again, I don't want to compile to figure out if I fucked up, in the same way that I don't want to run to figure out if I fucked up at a basic level like that. Like, it should be apparent. The compiler should catch it if I miss it somehow, but like everything should be like, with the power of the LSP, everything should be really clear here, is what I'm thinking. JavaScript doesn't. It has types. It's just they're a mess and they go all over the place. They get cast all over. Surely we can agree that at some point something will hide. We can stare at the entire print function every time we went to print. I guess no matter where this boundary is. Yes, that's true. But a function call is different than a macro in a lot of ways, right? Rust does check all of this at lint level. Right, okay. Well, I mean, to a degree. But like this took a while to figure out, right? This is not an example of magic. This is just an example of an error that I had to figure out. Yeah. There's just too much magic, I guess, is really, I don't like that. I don't know that it's a deal breaker. It's something I'm noticing, though. Macro and Rust actually a function call in a sense. It so far they do a bunch of other stuff though, right? Function refuses to generate text to be printed on a name tag if you pass it an empty string. Okay. It'd be nicer if it explained what the problem was instead of just returning none. Thankfully, Rust has a similar construct to option that can be used to express error conditions. Change the function signature body to return result string or string instead of option. Okay. Let's make result string or string. Empty names aren't allowed. So this is, well, it can't be a sum though. It's just a string. String from empty names aren't allowed, like so. And then you are just the format string, like so, except I need to be a result. Wait, why is it two? The LSP should show the same errors as the Rust compiler, so you don't need to run it explicitly. Yeah. Rust Rover doesn't have a function to show you the complete errors, as far as I can tell. And maybe that is a tooling issue. Okay, error. Yeah, I need to look at. I need to go look at this. This is kind of annoying too. Where like, there's all these different permutations for how to return these things. I don't super love that either. But I need to go look at result again and refresh my memory. Um, on what? Okay. Fact, failed to read line. I don't think this is the part I thought it was. This is not the part I thought it was. Ah. I mean, that was it. T and E. Okay, T and air E. So this would be like this. And then this would be an okay instance. That's right. Okay. Except for this isn't all capitalized because I don't know reasons. Um yeah. Yeah. You describe my issue with a lot of abstraction generally. It only works in a textbook. Most of the time there'd be undisclosed side effects. I'd prefer to have a larger function with more info. Yeah. Most of the time. Yeah. I'm not bothered by boilerplate at all. Like, yeah, okay, sure. It kind of sucks to write it. Yeah, I get that. Um, but it's not the biggest deal in the world, you know? I tests suck to write. I hate writing tests. I write a lot of tests on this channel. um, like it's a chore, but it's worth the extra effort. And as you're I call it sitting with the problem, right? As you're writing this boilerplate, because that's one of the other excuses that people use for generating code. I don't want to generate the boilerplate. Oh, it takes so long to do boilerplate. Oh, I only generate boilerplate. You're not sitting with the problem. Sitting with the problem, you are you're kind of on autopilot. You're kind of just letting your fingers run, but you're thinking about the problem. And as you're going through there, you're thinking, do I really actually care about this? Does this thing need to do this? Should I be doing this in a different way? Is there a way I've seen or heard about that I can recall or, kind of hazily recall where I was like, oh, yeah, I like that way better. And I was going to try it the next time. Right. All these thoughts kind of happen when you're typing boilerplate. And for a slightly less extreme example, people are still butthurt about if error not equal nil in Go. Like they recently tried to make that syntax different, I think. Just type the fucking words. It's not that bad. It makes it so much nicer to go back and read when everything's just explicit. You don't have to think. Error and the thing, if the error is not nil, it's right here. This is what it does. It's right there for you. It's so much better. It's just so much better to explicitly write things down. Let's see here. I know there's a function to show you exactly what code derive foo generates in VS Code. I don't know if there's an equivalent of that. I don't know either. We'll have to look. Derive foo can mostly only add new infiltrate for struct blocks. Restricted in a way that it can't modify existing code. So it won't introduce weird behavior in existing code. Um, restricted in a way that it can't modify existing code. Yeah, I don't know. I just, it's a smell. It's a code smell. I'm finding that I don't like that part. It can't add fields to your structure change type. Right, right. That I understand. Um, okay, this is passing? Yes, should be passing. Onward. Um, I need to use the restroom. That's what's gonna happen. I'll be right back. And then we'll tackle the rest of this. All right. That's better. Let's go. Take a look at this. So you're writing a game where you can buy items with tokens. All items cost 5 tokens. You can always write derived foo manually as impl foo. Yeah, if you wish to do so. Derived foo is really only used for basic functionality as a way it is meant to be by default most of the time. Like derived default. For struct just calls default. Right. So this is the derives aren't the only example. It's just an example of things that are often magic, right? Um all items cost 5 tokens, and whenever you purchase items, there's a processing fee of 1 token. That sounds like a bad deal. A player of the game will type in how many items they want to buy, and the total cost function will calculate the total cost of the items. Since the player typed in the quantity, we get it as a string. They might have typed anything, not just numbers. Right now, this function isn't handling the error case at all. What we want to do is, if we call the total cost function on a string that is not a number, that function will return a parse int error. In that case, we want to immediately return that error from our function and not try to multiply an at. Yeah, right. Makes sense. At least 2 ways to implement this are both correct. One is a lot shorter. Right. Okay. I think this is just a question mark, right? Yeah. Because that's, if there's an error, it returns the result here. Right? If I'm not mistaken. Is that all we're doing in this? Yeah, that's all we're doing in this. Wait, are you... This isn't... Oh, I didn't go next, duh. What an idiot. Okay. Let's put that back. Yep, that's all we're doing. Okay. It's not really good Rust code if you hide too much logic behind a derive. Yeah, yeah. It's not really good code of any kind if you hide too much logic behind magic. There's a strange aversion in the industry to, or not even in industry, but just among programmers to typing. And I don't understand. It's a program that is trying to use a completed version of the total cost function from the previous exercise. It's not working though. Why not? What should we do to fix it? You could try the alternative using match. I could. I don't particularly want to though. Fix a compiler error by changing the signature and body of the main function. This right here is the error. Can't use this in a function that returns a unit. Don't change this line though. But we would do that, right? No, it has to be a result though. Like that. We'd have to change these guys though. We're not allowed to change this one. Need to return okay at the end. Well, no, these wouldn't be an okay though. These should be errors. But it wouldn't be a parsing error. That's the so that's my question right here, right? Is what would be the correct way to do this? This would be like you can return a result error, but um I don't know what the generic would be. Like what would be the more, because this shouldn't be a parse int error. This should be a different kind of error. And this should be returning a result or an error of some kind. But I don't know how to satisfy both of those, because this will return, right? Create an app error enum that contains all possible error cases. Or just return that thing that I don't even know what is yet. Like, this right here is the real problem. This is stupid. This should be handled better, because main shouldn't really be returning an error like that, right? You can use this error to merge them. We saw that. No, we didn't read all the way to this. I mean, we might have seen it, but we haven't read that section because that's in this other shit. And it's coming in somewhere in here, I think, but or you can just use, yeah, that thing, right? Is in the results section, I believe. That happens to be right here. String and IO errors. There, right there, yeah. But Like, this is the real answer. This thing shouldn't be just blindly returning a parse int error, basically. Yes, see, this, like... Yeah, that's a horrible, like, mess, is what that is. The answer is that this shouldn't be returning shit, basically, unless you want to do, like Justice was saying, and have, like, your own app errors, like if this is a library crate and you want to return specific errors to yourself, and then let the consumer figure out what they want to do about that, right? That would be correct. And friendly. But this shit is just, this is just dumb. Yeah, I for the sake of this, I think you're right that I just want to return this. Just because, like, oh, duh. It needs to go around my printums for because reasons, I guess. That's, I don't know, that's weird too. This whole thing is just weird. Um, if you do it this way, right? Like, you're essentially swallowing everything but this error. But I'm gonna move on. We'll read about those dynamic box whatevers at some point. Single okay at the end is fine. Oh, yeah, I guess we could do that, huh? Yeah. It is inside of an else. And then we just return the okay unit. We could do that. This is still just weird. Like, it's weird to just print these things like that. Might need to add a semicolon to the print. I did. Let's go. Next. What do we got here? This function shouldn't always return an okay. Read the test below to clarify what should be returned. Positive non-zero integer. Creation error. Okay. So positive non-zero integer 10 is a positive non-zero. Should return an okay with that. I don't understand why they do it that way, but okay. That's just also weird. If it's a negative, then I should be doing a creation error negative. Okay, so we could do an if. Um, and then if it's 0, we return the creation error 0. We can do a match on self. Or not, value. The don't care about this though. Um, if it's less than 0, was it parens I needed if I did this? No. Why am I not remembering my syntax? Uh, fuck match. Value less than 0, we return creation error negative, right? Uh all that goes away. Else if value equals 0, then creation error 0. Else we return that. This, however, needs to be error. Like that. Like it's just that's simple. Simple. How you might do it with an app enum. Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. All right. They're that happy. Is there a different yeah. There's no nice match syntax for this task. It's the way we did it before, which was kind of weird. We'll just do the if. It's fine. I like switches more than multi if statements, and I think that just doesn't work in Rust. Because match is a different thing. And there's no switch, right? There's no actual switch in Rust. Traditional style switch statements in Rust. Okay, yeah. Here's a great example. Are there traditional switch statements in Rust? Simplest way to do this in this. Here's all this extra shit. Right. Okay, cool. No, there are no traditional switch statements in Rust. Now, how will I do this neatly? This would be the way, right? Answer the questions, all of them. Do your best. Um, uh, yeah, I guess I could do that, which is wonky and weird. Um, like I don't like that syntax really. Yeah. Yeah. Let's just stick with that. And also just double check. Let's see here. Embedded scripting for Rust switch. What? What in the world even? Embedded scripting for Rust? What? What? What even is this rye? Like it looks like it wants to be a clone of the Rust docs. Embedded scripting language and evaluation engine for Rust. Yeah, I'm good on that. Thanks, boss. um Match value. Yeah, I saw that too. Like this is just the nicest way in Rust, I think. It's the most explicit because I find this much easier to read than the range. um I mean, value compare, I guess it's fine, but like I just want this to be in a match, right? That's what I really would want, is just to be able to say, or even if it was just a naked switch and I was just like value less than 0, do a thing, right? That's what I would really like to see, but it doesn't do that. You should be able to switch on a value, on the value, and then return these things. Not mistaken. Like we can go um I think you could do it in a naked switch and go. I could be mistaken though. It's possible that I'm thinking of something else. So like if we had this um uh uh uh, uh like this, and it would return right. The X if X syntax, I don't like that either. Like it's just it's clarity, right? Um and then you could return here. Okay, so here we return like you don't really normally have constructors in Go, but like we can return an int error, right? Like this. And then we should be able to do a switch. This doesn't support multi-tabbing. That's cool. I think you can do um this. Like that. And then let's just default return I nil. This needs to be returned still though. And then if we were to do let's print line foo -1. Am I allowed to do that? Unexpected new line? Oh. This is not correct. This should be Errors new. And we need to import errors. Yeah. I and then I is less than 0. Uh let's see. I at least concede that the Rust playground is better. Yeah, the Go playground is not great. It's better than Dirt playground. Dirt playground is slow as dirt. I don't think anything like this in C, C++. It could be. I've forgotten most of my C and C++. Like I've only done a little bit of C++. I've forgotten most of my C. It's been years and years and years since I've had to use it. But like this, so and then you could also do the same thing here, right? Oop, that. Um, case I is equal to 0, return 0, errors new, I is 0. If I could type, it would help. And the default we return I nil, right? So we could then come up here and we could print in, oh my gosh, this thing is so bad. It doesn't support shift tab to delete tabs. Oh my gosh. So it's 0 and then we can print 10, whatever, right? So if you run that, we get I is less than 0, I is 0, and then 10. Rust Playground at least has syntax highlighted for me. Yeah, this is, well, you can format. You can format if you want to, but my formatting's already correct. Yeah, it's a very, very lackluster playground. I agree. The main use case for it, I'm pretty sure, is to paste things into it that are already formatted. All right. This, I think we're done with this, right? 13. Errors 4, yes. There we go. Errors 4, yeah, we're done. We're good. Errors 5. Altered version of the Errors 4 exercises. It uses some concepts that we won't get to until later in the course, like box in the from trait. Okay. It's not important to understand these in detail right now, but you can read it ahead if you like. For now, think of the box dynamic type as an I want anything that does something type. Okay, cool. That's a good, this is a perfect example of what I've been complaining about. I don't think the if syntax is any longer than that naked switch there, though. It's, yeah, kind of. I like the way they look better. Like it's more of a cosmetic thing, really. They're just easier to read, basically. But this is a great example, right? Think of the box dynamic type as an I want anything that does this thing type, right? This is what I've been asking for the whole time. Cool. I now have a really basic jumping off point for understanding what the fuck this thing is. This is excellent right here. In short, this particular use case for boxes is for when you want to own a value and you care only that it is a type which implements a particular trait. Okay. To do so, the box is declared as type box dynamic trait, where trait is the trait the compiler looks for on any value used in that context. For this exercise, that context is the potential errors which can be returned in a result. Okay. Let's see here. All right, they did it the match way. Okay, fine. Oh wait, no, this is a different function. This is their display. All right, for the error. I see. Implements error for creation error. Derive partial equality, which they've mentioned and it has gone. And I would have to go look at this shit. Test for cell. Okay, yes. This is how you compare two things. But I only got that from this line, right? Um, partially, well, yeah. Trade needs to be able to use the equality symbols on. It's the partial in there that confuses me. Anywho, implements positive non-zero integer. New value matches the value. Okay, so they like the x if x, whatever. See, I don't like that, but whatever. Add the correct return type result in box dynamic. What can we use to describe both errors? Is there a trait which both errors implement? Partial equality. Display. Error. Or creation error. Wait. Right. Is there a trait which both errors implement? They both implement display. Creation error can implement error. They also both implement error. Okay, that's what this is doing. So what they're saying here is that I could do result unit box dynamic error, right? Like so. That's what they're trying to get me to. Partial because some values can be non-comparable, like nons. No, Batman. Errors typically implement error. All right. We've gotten where they wanted us to get. See, this one I could deduce what they were trying to show me as a thing, right? And I could understand the value being conveyed here. It's literally solving the thing I was saying before, where I don't know how to return like a dynamic error or generic error type, which is the correct way to handle this case if you must do this for some reason, right? I literally walk through that and they have served it up. This is an excellent example. This, no notes, right? Everything about this was very good. Floats ample partial equality, ints have full equality. And okay, yeah. To finish my thought there, where I could pick up that there was an implement, or there's a reason that they implemented error here without doing anything. It's just so it can be a generic error, right? Like I could piece it together. For its all values are comparable. For ints, all values are comparable. For floats, not so much. Why not? Using catch-all error types like box dynamic error isn't recommended for library code where callers might want to make decisions based on the error content instead of printing it out or propagating it further. Right, okay. Then you would do your library specific errors that are kind of like sentinel errors almost. Custom error type to make it possible for callers to tell you what to do next. When our function returns an error. Yeah. That makes the most sense, really. Like per the standard, non is not comparable with non. Well, I mean, if it's not a number, then is it a float? Like that seems incorrect to my brain. All right. I think I might have not advanced. I did not advance. Non can represent any value. We can't compare non since we don't know the concrete value. Non is a valid float value? What? Floats are confusing. I mean, they shouldn't be. They're just floats, right? They're a number, a decimal point, and some other numbers. Like that should be relatively simple, I would think. Like if it makes if it's not a number, how can it be a float, right? If you give it an int, then I can see a case for implicitly considering it to be a float that ends in 0.0. That makes sense, right? But non doesn't. Like it should fail to parse. I would think. That would be my knee-jerk expectation. Anywho, custom error type that we will be using in positive non-zero integer parse. Okay. Yep. Wait until you learn the standard defines different kinds of nons, signaling nons and quiet nons. I probably won't. Because I probably won't care. Unless for some reason I absolutely must. Like that's just not my jam. Okay. Creation error, parse positive non-zero error. You got two kinds. Okay. Fair enough. It's an enum. It's an enum in an enum, which is weird. Okay. From creation, so creation error, into a positive non-zero error. Okay. Kind of like that part of Rust or about Rust. I have my favorite Rust feature now. Different kinds of nons. Only nons I want is non-breads in my face. Because non-bread is real good. I'm allergic to tree nuts, so I don't eat Indian food. Because they like to put tree nuts in things, right? I also don't eat vegetarian food. I have no objection to vegetables. I enjoy vegetables, as a matter of fact, but I don't eat vegetarian food or vegan food. Because they like to replace protein sources with nuts, which is fine. That's great. Do what you want to do. I like to live. So, um, but non-bread, I usually get like the little bitty, they come in a plastic container here, and they're like little small non-breads for dipping in things. I really like that. That's good stuff. It's like soft potato chips, but they're not. Uh, that's all languages that implement IEEE's 757 floats, though. See, I've never needed to care about it in Go, for sure. JS, I don't write JS if I can avoid it. Can I soybean stuff? Yeah, soybean's fine. That's not a tree nut. I presume they're a legume, but that could be a misnomer. You never know. Peanuts are a legume. They call them nuts. They ain't. In the US, up until fairly recently, they had to label products as containing tree nuts if they contained coconuts, which are not a nut. They are a tree fruit, I think. I can eat tofu then. I can, yes, if I wanted to. I usually don't. I've had it in um I worked a place that every meeting they would have, their local fast casual catering thing. So I've eaten fried tofu in like a noodle thing. It's all right. I don't really seek it out though. I usually don't either. I did something. What did I make? I made something with tofu once, and now I can't remember. I don't remember what I made, but I did like I took paper towels and like I pressed it between two plates to get the water out so that it would cook up properly. And it was fine. I had it in miso soup. Yeah, it's fine in miso soup. I'm not opposed to that. I like a little tofu chunky in there. When I say like I don't eat vegan food, I mean like at restaurants or like packaged like vegan stuff. Like I know vegan cheese is often made out of like cashews, so no bueno. Wasn't too bad. Yeah, I mean it's fine. It's not really it doesn't really have flavor. Like it takes on the flavor of the things, right? So in miso soup, it just kind of goes in there as a texture thing and it's just kind of part of the experience, along with like the, little bitty um slices of green onion. Those at least have a little bit more flavor to them too, but miso soup contains dashi, which is fish, though. Is it fish? I thought dashi was just like a type of broth. What is dashi? Hang on. This article is about the Japanese fish stock. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah. So I guess it is. I thought it was just a term for like the kind of broth they were. Simple broth made by heating water, kombu, edible kelp, and kizurikatsu. Preserved fermented skipjack tuna or bonito. Bonito, that's the one I know. Yeah, there you go. I'm fine with some dashi. I think they use dashi in ramen too, don't they? Oh no, we are on food topics again. I'm gonna get hungry. It's possible. It's possible. I'm not opposed to fish. I don't eat salmon really anymore unless it's in sushi. I grew up in Alaska, and in Alaska, salmon is poor people food because it's cheaper to go buy a fishing license as a resident and then go fishing and have like endless amounts of fish in the freezer than it is to buy, food, meat at the store. So like it's the budget option for a lot. And there was a summer where we literally ate canned salmon like 2 meals a day, every day, because we were just poor. And that pretty much sealed the deal on me eating salmon from then on. I'll do a little bit of smoked salmon sometimes. I'll do it in sushi, but um people are like, "Oh man, get the salmon and rice little thingies at the grocery store or whatever. They're really good for lunch." I'm like, "Nah, I'm good, my dude." Not hunting a moose for the winter. So hunting and especially hunting large game takes a lot more effort, processing, and knowledge. And effort and knowledge are not things my parents were good at. I come from deeply stupid roots. And we didn't even that summer, the infamous summer, we didn't even catch it. It was given to us. I don't really have fond memories of my childhood. Add another error conversion function here. Okay. From parse int self, do some stuff. Keck W. Why can't I tell, right? And this isn't fun. It's FN because there's no fun in Rust. Is that rain or hail? Hang on 1 second. Seems to be rain, thankfully. Doesn't look like a thunderstorm either, so that's good. Why make it fun if FN will do? There you go. I guess so, right? Got no argument for that. Heresy, Rust is all fun. We haven't even got to async yet. They better make async less painful than some of this other stuff, because damn. I doubt it though, because I hear Tokyo a lot. And not in the sense of the place or the theme. And if there's an entire library for the thing, it usually means it's kind of a pain in the ass. Usually. My lighting is super bright today because it's dark in here. I gotta think about how to fix that. Tokyo. All right. What was I doing here? Parse positive non-zero error. So from creation, they take an error creation error. From parse int. Most people quit before async. The few who make it suffer long-term psychological issues. The thing is with Rust that the language itself doesn't provide a async runtime, so Tokyo is kind of the most popular async runtime you can choose. Okay, that makes sense based on what I've heard. So this is self parse int error, and it takes error, which is a parse int error. That's what that wants to be. Let's actually figure out why though. So we were looking at this before we got distracted. There's creation error, which is negative and 0. And then there's this enum for parse pause non-zero error, which has creation, which is a creation error enum. Parse int, which is a parse int enum. Which is no, it's not. It's parse int error. Parse int is parse int error. Which is, oh, this is a standard number error. Okay. So this is just basically a wrapper for these two different types of error. And then down here, we have our struct. We have positive non-zero integer. We have new, and we have parse. And then this, change this to return an appropriate error instead of panicking when parse returns an error. A map error of parse positive non-zero error from creation. This returns a creation error or self. Map error maps result type E to result type F by applying a function to a contained error value, leaving an OK value untouched. So we basically want to do the same thing. Remap this error to parse pause non-zero error, but from parse int. But yeah, I need to also do that, right? Because if it's not an error, X becomes the thing. Otherwise, it's going to end up returning an error, which will be this. Correct. Yeah. Okay. All right. That should be happy like so. Generic cities then. Vector T is generic over the type T. Oh gosh. Here we go again. In most cases, the compiler is able to infer T, for example, after pushing a value with a concrete type to the vector. Okay, that makes sense. In this exercise, the compiler needs some help through a type annotation. Okay, that's fine. I don't understand all the inferring. Like, why? Why make it do that? Why not just type annotate? Just make that required. Like, if it's that big of a deal, if there's not that many edge cases, you know? And Go does a similar thing, but it doesn't really have type errors like that, so it becomes a non-issue. Like, you can just, the walrus, foo, 4 or 5, that'll infer that foo is going to be an int, right? Very rarely does that happen to be an issue, though. It's only if you, are then going to later do math on it. So, like, if you did, if you had bar that was, I don't know, like 100, and then you wanted to divide, right? If this was a float or something, then it would complain at you, and you can decide if you care or not, and you can do things with it. But that's the only time it really becomes a problem. Type annotation become way more annoying with more complicated, longer types. I guess maybe that makes sense. Like, I'm used to, like, Dart. It's technically optional in a lot of cases, but I prefer to annotate. But they're also not bad. I think, like, the most obnoxious ones are like a list int or a map string map string wrong character. No, this is wrong character. It'd be this. Like this. I believe. So like that gets a little bit annoying, but it's not super bad. Just also uses information about the usage of food to try to figure out the correct type. Yeah. Yeah. But like so like even C++ nowadays has auto food to infer the type. Yeah. I've always back when I did a little bit of C++, I heard that auto was just kind of a bad idea. And I don't know if that's just, boomer C devs or um there was some technical reason. Like it kind of went back and forth. Um but like if it doesn't matter in most cases, then like I don't know. I only like to use auto for types of temporary closures. Yeah. Maybe auto meant a different thing back then. I mean, maybe. I don't think so though. Pretty sure it's always meant to automatically infer the type, and people always just said, "Don't do it. It's not a good idea." I prefer to annotate too, but it's great that you can infer parts of it. For example, I would do vec with an underscore or a list of underscore type underscore, mostly for reading sake, but Rust can infer what's inside. Yeah. Before auto was memory related thing. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't remember the reasoning. Anywho, so you need to be you're a vec of a thing. Don't change the lines below. U8 and I8. Choose T as some integer that can be created from U8 and I8. See, I don't know what that is. Um, uh, what about an I32? Yes, that'll work. They recycled it. Oh, interesting. I presume that you're allowed to do this because they're larger and because unsigned just assumes positive. There are only some situations in Rust where you have to commonly explicitly annotate types in Rust. You'll get used to it pretty quickly if you use it in practice. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, Maybe they're just like forcing me to experience the sharp edges for educational purposes, which would make sense too. It's come up a lot in the documentation. I remember reading C++11 design docs with excitement back in college. I don't I don't read design documents with excitement, that's for sure. They explicitly converted to I32. Wait, by calling into? Did I miss something? Maybe. Oh, well, okay. That I don't. Like, I only know of into because you mentioned it. Um, but I think I see what you're saying. Where they're saying push it into this thing, but like, so I still, they say some integer type that can be created from U8 and I8. And off the top of my head, I didn't know what that would be. Like, I don't know what the rules are around that, right? So I just picked I32 because it's the default and because it's bigger, so theoretically it should fit, and it seems to work. You can convert smaller number types to large. Yeah, okay, yeah. I think that's pretty correct. Yeah. All right. So, powerful wrapper provides the ability to store a positive integer value. Okay. Rewrite it using a generic that supports wrapping any type. Uh, can't just do that, right? I guess I would just do that. Field type is required. Uh, let foo u is t into is the same as u from t. Okay. Um, any positive wrapping any type. Like, would I do that? That makes field type is still required, but I could do that. Okay, there we go. And then this implements wrapper, wrong number of type arguments. So I need T here as well. Um, except for I can't do that. Missing type arguments. Can't find T in this scope. Struct wrapper T. Yeah, we got there. It was a how do I syntax this correctly question, more or less. This generic over the wrapped value. This needs to be T. This probably needs to be T. No? Hmm. Generic over the wrapped value. New value. I have no fucking clue what the correct syntax is for this. Um let's go look it up. Do they give me they happen to say oh I should also advance that. They happen to say related section in the book. Okay, good. What? Chapter 10 syntax in method definition. Okay. I guess 10 is the right one. I guess that seemed too far. 10.1. Chapter 10.1. This is 0. 10.1. Generic data types in function definitions. Here we go. This is the shit where they couldn't get over themselves about their business. I just want to know the correct. Okay, that's what we did here. That's correct. And then give me results, method definitions. Right here. This is what I'm doing wrong. There we go. Okay, and then this doesn't need. Well, that does take a value though. Would it be that? It would be that. I don't need the little bracketies. Um, just like that. Actually, that's everything. Yeah. Um, Construct repartee. Yeah, we got there. Influence. Yeah, okay. Yeah, but I got to read the docs to understand things. Yeah. The error there told you exactly what you need to do in the terminal. Yeah, but I didn't read it because I wanted to understand. I wanted to go through this process because this process helps to remember things. Doing the digging helps you to remember. I can't guarantee I'll remember it completely, but it'll be helpful. Let's see. We don't need that open. Next. We're done with that one. Oh. Why did I open quiz? I don't know. I'm on the wrong side of the world. We're in traits. If you want to explicitly wrapper T in a value position, it's wrapper. What? Oh, right here. Like that. Sure. Why not? One place where type inference works again. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. The trait append bar. There's only one function which appends bar to any object implementing this trait. Implement append bar for the type string. Not all trait items implemented missing append bar. Only one function which appends bar to any object implementing this trait. For a string, you can do that, right? Oh, I need to put you in a function. Wait, hang on. Trait append bar has a function append bar. What am I forgetting here that this isn't making sense? Append bar for string. Like it should still be this though. Um right? Yeah. All right, I'll leave that in there. Traits are approximately equal to interface, right? Yes. Okay. Pen bar function. Yeah, in the implementation. Yeah. And then for string is teaching a string how to do this. But I have failed my capitalization there. Let's see here. Is that all current? Test is okay. Hang on. Foo bar. Bar. Arar. Bar. uh what? Left is fooar, right is foobar. In is foobar. Foo, append bar. Yeah, that's what I said. Fuar. Somehow trigger a recheck. Theoretically enter. We can also just hit C. What? Oh, this has moved me. This has moved me on to 2. This is 15 traits, so is there P? List? You. Okay, here. Uh, continue at. There we go. Okay, yeah. This one, it fixed itself. So we're on traits 2 now. Okay. Yeah, I don't know either. That was weird. But remember, it's mathematically impossible to have a bug if it compiles. All right. Implement the trait append bar for a vector of strings. Push the string bar into a vector. So append bar for vec string, and then append bar self self, and then this self push bar. I don't like oh, for one thing that, but also because you're not, yeah. We need to make you that. Cannot borrow immutable local variable self as mutable. So we need to take a reference to ourself. Append bar has an incompatible type for trait. That's not what I said. Need to return self. Just make okay. But then this append bar mute self. Oh, yeah. Duh. All right. And then that is that. Add a default implementation for licensing info so that implementers like the 2 structs below can share that default behavior without repeating the function. The default license information should be the string default license. Some software, other software. Don't edit this line. What? What a perfect license, right? Yeah, I have no fucking idea where we talked about that. Default implementations for functions, data types that implement the traits. They can use the default version of these functions if they choose not to implement the function themselves. Chapter 10 too. Okay, no wonder. Chapter 10 that killed my will to live by talking endlessly about fucking types. So here, default implementations. We put it on the struct. Okay. But summary trait with the default implementation of the summarized method. Okay, now I vaguely remember this. We do well, I can't do you'd have to put it in both of them though. Right? The trait. This one that says don't edit this line? Oh, up here. Okay. Yeah. Um, so this gets the same as we did over here. That. Yeah, maybe. Default, they want lowercase. Yeah, it was hiding up there. Like I'm still coming to grips with this shit as a thing. Like having traits split up into two concepts is still deeply confusing. This is a really good example of how fucking useless this chapter was, where I can't remember any of this shit. Like, and we spent a long time trying to go through this and understand it. And it's all gone, right? Okay, so fix the compiler error by only changing the signature of this function. This just needs to be impl licensed, right? I remember that part where you can basically take a generic by saying it must implement a thing, and that's just as long as it does that, it's a type I know how to deal with. Before we mostly talked about random stuff from chat. That's not true. We talked about so much stuff about the chapter too. Like my defining memory of this chapter though is pain and suffering and endless fucking type theory shit that I just don't care about to try to extract these nuggets and failing. Okay. On to traits 5. Next. Fix compiler error by only changing the signature of this function. So we've got some trait, other trait. Okay. These are also weird to like just have them there. Yeah, it's just bizarre. Some function, other function, item. Only the signature of this function. Takes an item. Some func of some struct. this. So we want to say that they have to implement both, and we can do this. That's what they're trying to teach us or to impress upon us. But I don't remember the exact. Was it squirrely braces? No, it's something else. It's different syntax. Needs to implement both traits. Now, yeah, that's different to the last one. Try with plus. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so that's also another thing that I don't like. Like, make your your syntax for things similar. It'll help a lot. I'm not sure if that works, so you might need an explicit type where T some trait plus other trait. No, it works just like this. Thankfully. Next. Next is quiz 3. All right, now we go here. An imaginary magical school has a new report card generation system written in Rust. Might have changed it in recent-ish versions. Hopefully. Thank goodness they did. Because adding all that extra stuff would be kind of annoying. Um, okay. Currently, the system only supports creating report cards where the student's grade is represented numerically 1.0 to 5.5. School also issues alphabetical grades A plus to F minus and needs to be able to print both types of report card. Make the necessary changes in the struct report card and the impl block to support alphabetical report cards in addition to numeric ones. Grade is an F32. Adjust the struct as defined or described above, and adjust the impl block as described above. Issues alphabetical grades. So I assume grade of 2.1 is 2.1. Um, the grade needs to hold either type. The problem is, and I can't just do this, right? No, I didn't think so. Um, we could do this again. Was that, yeah, that way. And then this is T. This is T, like so. And then print self format. T doesn't implement format display. But this doesn't need to be generic T. This could be no, that doesn't work in this case. alphabetical report cards in addition to numerical ones. I mean, we would have to do a match on a type. Format. T doesn't implement display. Um, Format strings, you may be able to use that or pretty print instead. Uh, consider restricting type parameter T with trait display. Oh, I can't. Okay, I didn't think I could do that. I can do that. All right. And then we get our answers. And life is good. Maybe read the test below. We did that. This quiz is testing generics and traits. Uh-huh. Almost there. Only need to restrict the T and the impl now. Ah, right. Yeah, see, I didn't think I could do that for a second there. 1015 there actually gives you an example. 1015. Oh, yeah. Um, trying to understand the restriction more thoroughly here. Um, so the implementation of a type that implements this is basically how to read this in a way that makes sense. I think. I don't know if I'll remember that. Probably not, but onward. We only have the print method for report card. Where can we print the T's? T implements display. Where we can print the T's, T implements display. Yeah, yeah. Rust compiler needs now to check whether supplied references are valid so that it can let the programmer know if a reference is at risk of going out of their scope. Oh yeah, we're gonna do lifetimes. That's right. References are bar offs and do not own their own data. What if their owner goes out of scope? Fix the compiler error by updating the function signature. So we have a reference to a string and a reference to a string and a reference to a string it gets spit out. We need to say that these all live the same, and by convention it's a, but not like that. Does it go in front of there? No. What's the fucking syntax? Lifetimes. It was up here. It is after the end. Undeclared lifetime name. It's because I need to do this. That. Then I'm allowed to do this. Okay, that's what I was forgetting. You can read it like that. Yeah, well, I'm going to for now. All right, that gets us through there. All right, fix the compiler error by moving one line. This has to be moved out, otherwise its scope ends, its lifetime ends before the print gets called. And I'm going to move those lines with white space because it's better to read. Fix the compile errors about the struct. Missing lifetime specifier, and because they are references, so we had to do you. Was it still over here? And then like that? Yes, that's how it goes. Alternatively, you could move the print inside the scope. Yeah, I could. But I don't care. It's all kind of silly. Like in the example sense, but like examples are hard to come up with that really illustrate the point you're trying to convey without being trivial. It's one of those big hairy problems, right? Where like it has to be simple enough to be digestible, which tends to make it like naive, right? And pretty um what's the word? Uh it's gonna drive me insane. Contrived. That's the word. Pretty contrived, right? All right, testing. Let's do some testing. Tests are important to ensure that your code does what you think it should do. Okay, sure. Yep. Is even. Uh-huh. Import is even. You can use a wildcard to import everything in the outer module. But I could also do that, right? Wait, no. Yeah. But it's complaining. Unused import super is even. Remove the whole use item. You can assert test the function is even with some value. Oh, it's because it's unused. We haven't done this yet. Okay, that's why it's complaining. So is even 10 true. What? Format argument must be a string literal. Oh no. Okay. Duh. Asserts that it's true at runtime. But how do you is there a no. There must be another like not equal. No, that'd be equality. Gonna assert matches. Get all that junk. Can't find in this scope. Not as assert, not as even. Yeah, yeah. I was hoping there was a nicer syntax for it. Not as far as you know. Yeah. Um, 9. 9. Like this is just asking for being overlooked right there because it's so small. It's just so tiny. Find an assert false. If you let me know. Yeah, I mean like yeah. Um we could do equal, but can I do that with a bool? I can't. Um Bruh. It's just a Clippy error. Fuck you, Clippy. Fuck you. This is way more explicit. Um Whatever. Whatever. Clippy and me are gonna fight. Because that's dog shit. Alright. Calculates power of 2 using a bit shift. Fuck bit shifts. Jesus Christ. You could use his even not. Or I could just assert that it's equal to false. Okay, whatever. Be that way. Test the function power of 2 with some values. What? What? Um, there you go. Have some values. Uh, Use super unused import. Okay. Oh, geez. I wasn't actually calling it. Brain fart. There you go. But I've done bad math. This isn't 24. And then, let's see, what else did I mess up? 2. Left 2, right 1. 17. Wait, no. 20. 1 to the power of 1? Or to the power of 2. Yeah. I can't math today. $21. This returns 1? Maybe. That doesn't make sense. Oh, because it's not 0 to the power of 2. Yeah, okay. It's 2 to the power of this. That's why you're writing it that way too. which matters for that. Okay. Uh, let's see here. Width and height. Check if the rectangle has the size that we pass to its constructor. Check width. Cert equal. Just that, right? Yeah. Check if the program panics when we try to create a rectangle with negative width. Um, you, this is should panic. Can I do that? Is that correct? No. How do I combine those again? Um, test. Should panic. Oh, I don't combine them. That's annoying. That's irritating. The part where everything has a fucking different way like that. Like you can do it in here or in your derives, but not here. And you can do it in your imports, but it looks different than the way you do it other way. Hate that. I hate that. Pick a style. Stay in a lane. Damn it. Okay, so should panic, and then you should check if the program panics when we try to create a okay, so you also should panic like so. Onward to glory. And this should be iterators. All right. Performing operations on elements within a collection, iterators are essential. Iterators are nice to have. They're not essential. Module helps you get familiar with the structure of using an iterator and how to go through elements. Okay, sure. Within an iterable collection. So we've got our list. You create an iterator over the array. Is it that? No. Iter? Iter. In Rust, iterators are essential since the for loop syntax is entirely on iterators. Wow. Well. Well. Uh. What? You're really gonna make me type this shit? Okay. Some custard apple to do replace to do. Some uh reference peach raspberry this there shouldn't be a next, so that should be none, like so. Do the above to do comment. Yeah, right? All right. How do we like that? We like that plenty. Onward. Some of the unique advantages that iterators can offer. Eh, eh. Apply the capitalize first function to a slice of string slices. Return a vector of strings. They could have just done to do replace me. I mean, yeah, they could, I suppose, eh? Capitalize first function to a slice of string slices. Capitalize word vectors. So, but we don't need to do that. It's just for word in words. And we're going to end up returning. Could I do, I can't do that. I could do, that's probably not what you're meant to do. What do you mean? Um, uh, into iter, I mean, maybe, but, this is supposed to be vec string new. What? In value position, it's vec string new. Oh, okay. Weird. Push, word to, capitalize first. Word. I can't. This is a reference because it's a slice, right? Expected vec string, but found a reference to us. Why can't I do? Why can't I iterate over that? Type function capitalize words vector to. I don't want to do that. Oh, that. For all of the, oh my god, Rust errors are so clear fucking claims, it certainly isn't true in the LSP so far. Need to return resolve vector, yeah. Yeah. And the reason, like, I'm sure that your thing works too. Like, let's copy it. The reason I'm not doing it is because fuck functional programming. Like, I don't like fucking lambdas if I don't need them. Like, I don't like that shit. It's harder to read. We would need to put you here. And just get rid of all that. I might have missed that. String is not an iterator. I don't know. Very short errors in the LSP aren't that clear. Yeah. Oh, before the collect. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, like that would have worked, but like this is so much easier to read, I think. And I have no desire to inject lambdas unless I need them, or callbacks or whatever you want to call them. Anonymous functions, fucking map and shit like that. Map and filter. I don't like it when I don't need it. If there's a nicer way. Apply capitalize first function again to a slice of string slices. Return a single string. This capitalized words vector words to string. Is there a join? What does join take? A separator of a single space. And then I don't even need to let that. I can just do that. We'll just put our thing we already made to good use. And then let's see here. Easier to read as a function of familiarity. Not sure I agree in this case. Oh, I forgot to I forgot to complete the capitalize first function. It's gonna be a problem. Okay, so input chars next, sum for string. Chars is my input chars. Match next. Why are they doing it this way? Because if I were to I can't do that. Right. Um expected string. That's a character. And I can't return that. As string. I can do from. Maybe. So I can't do that. Um can't do that. I'm missing something here. I don't understand why they're doing it this way anyway, and I don't think this is correct. Because this is next. I think what you do something like format char remainder, char equals first to uppercase remainder equals input. Maybe? Unless I'm mistaken, and this will only match the first one. Which is possible. Uh, Expected string but found. Yeah, yeah, because you would it be chars at 0 because chars is mutable? But only match the first char since you only called next once. Okay. You aren't iterating with the for a while. Okay, that makes more sense then. Um Expected string but found unit. To uppercase. Returns an iterator that yields the uppercase mapping of this char as one or more char. What? Uppercase mapping of this char as one or more chars. Okay. It must be the bytes underneath the hood then or something. Um I don't think that works though. I think we still need to do okay, yeah. So we get the capital H. Um to uppercase, and I can't just do first to uppercase to string plus input. Yeah, maybe. Um okay, so if this is this, select on you like so, does the same thing, but can't assign a charge is mutable because it contains the iterator state and next needs to be able to advance that. Really? Are you sure? Um, collect. um, I don't want to do that though. I want um I want a chain chars collect. Well, I don't know what chain is, but also we wouldn't have replaced the first character though. We can't just put what I want is I think it's just going to be a list of chars, right? But I can't. Okay, here. We'll do it real quick. Well, I don't understand why this wouldn't. Is it because two iterators and creates a new iterator of both in sequence? First iterator values from the first iterator and then overvalues in the second iterator. But why wouldn't you, like, why does this index preserve? That's what I want to know. And this is my problem there because this example was that. But it's also not quite what I was thinking. Um, what I want is access to the character type, which I guess is technically um just like a byte, but like why don't I have the ability to create myself? It should be of a type chart, right? Um but I can't just make an array of chars. 1 to 4 bytes, right. You can't mutate the underlying char itself. I don't want to do that. I want to like my thought was to combine two lists, right? Two arrays, that in you go. Um, uh, chain is more or less doing what I want to do, close to what I want to do. I don't understand why this is preserved by this, though. Access is the advances the iterator and return that. Okay, so basically it's the same object, more or less the iterator variant of appending to this, right? But it's omitting this first character that was consumed and converted here. An example of fucking magic happening, right? Where like by matching on this, I have advanced a pointer effectively, it appears, right? Which is then advanced again further on by chain in ways that are not obvious. Like it works, so I'm just gonna move on with it. But like my what I wanted to do is what I would have done like in Go, right? Is you got result that's a list of char type, right? That might be backwards for Go, I can't recall. That is first, which is an iterator, so spread it, right? And then my chars from 1 to the end, basically, is what I was looking for by calling next to be percent. Yeah, I understand that's the next that does that. Like this is what I want, is just basically say, look, you're giving me an iterator, so like select it or spread it or whatever. That first thing goes in the beginning, and then whatever is left from index 1 here because we have our list of chars, right? Whatever's next, just blah, splat it. But that'll work. It's fine. I don't care. You see what this was really quick, if it was important or not. No. It's not important. That's the answer. But it does remind me that I should check back with this guy and see if he's wasting my time yet or not. No, he's not replied. Cool. All right. Let's do... We're going to get through iterators, and I'm going to call it a day, I think, on this. I have pretty thoroughly abused my brain with this today. Let's see. I agree it's pretty complex for a simple example. I mean, yeah. It's just, this is a silly way to do this, I think, is what it feels like. And maybe that's because it's hard to do in Rust. I don't know. It seems like just swapping out the first would be a good way. I mean, you could just iterate through here with like a 4i or something. I don't know. I'm not going to think about it. I don't care. Moving on. We got 3 more iterator things to handle is what we got. Okay, see. You could more or less do that. First chars match, cars next, none. String new, some first. That's kind of a disaster. A lot of it's the formatting problem. Yeah, kind of. Kind of. Division error, so divide by 0, integer overflow, and not divisible. Okay. Calculate A divided by B if A is evenly divisible by B. The fuck does this have to do with iterators? I suppose we could do we could just do mod B. If that's equal to 0, we do an OK A divided by B. Else error not divisible. Correct return type and complete the function body. Result with list. Numbers is equal to a list. Division results. Numbers into iterator. Ugh, gross. This should be result. A list of I64s. Or else division error. That's not quite right, though. Expected enum that. Oh, and it's because this is a map. But let's collect that. And then throw that on there, right? No? Well, division, it could be a different error though. It doesn't need to be a not divisible, right? Could be divided by 0, integer overflow. Vec I64. Okay. Oh yeah. No, that makes sense. Um, collect isn't type annotations needed. I mean, on line 19. Ah? Holy crap. Just started coming down like crazy out there. Um, path prefix not necessary. Remove it and just turn it. Okay. Weird creature. It looks like more like C++, I think, personally, but totally random, but why brave? Just the privacy angle. The fact that I can still use uBlock, that's the angle. Um, since when is that the case with the past prefix? I don't know. You tell me, man. You're the Rustation over here. But also it occurs to me that we have to be careful here. This should actually be integer overflow if its mod is not 0. We also need to say if B is 0, and then we can else if here. If B is 0, then we need to pair divide by 0. So we can do all that. Do they do a funky use statement above there? I don't know, maybe. Like that. Holy shit. It's just like a solid sheet of water out there. Wow. Wow. They do. Okay. Well, we'll go with that for now. That is absolutely insane. Um, read the comment above the integer overflow enum variant. Uh, only case for oh yeah. You're right. I was backwards. Not divisible. Divide by 0, okay, and not divisible. Integer overflow. I64 min divided by negative what? Um yeah, of course. That's exactly what I meant. Thank you. Fucking bastard. Stream is dropping out from time to time too, probably because of the weather. It could be, yeah. I don't hear any thunder. It could just be yeah, it's completely hosed right now. Give it a second and see if it recovers. It could be weather related. There could be some kind of electrical interference up there. But I haven't heard any thunder. The flood descends. Yeah, dude, it was crazy out there for a second. Like right now, it's just raining really, really hard. But for a second there, like I couldn't see like 20 yards to the shrubberies. It was just a green blur because of all the rain. Absolutely crazy town. With two's complement, you have one more negative number. What? So if B or no, A is equal to I-64 min, can I do that? And B, this is supposed to be in here, is equal to -1. Can I do that? Air integer overflow. Else, like so. I can do that. Okay, and it's saying this is unnecessary, but like I like it, so deal with it. At least it's not a tsunami. I mean, it might be. You never know. Shrubbery. Yes. Sounds fine to me most of the time. Sometimes your camera freezes. Yeah, the screen itself probably freezes. But we did have, I think I was like completely disconnected for a second, and then like 50%. Yeah, there's the email saying that my stream ended. It didn't. Is restream is very sensitive. It's a sensitive boy. It likes to send me analytics immediately, which are pretty bleh. Are you at the coast? Not quite. Not quite. I'm a little further in. Okay. Is there anything else we needed to do? Yes, there's something else. We've got that. Correct type and complete the function body for this as well. List of results. What? Result with list. Desired output is okay and that. Oh. Ugh. Gross. I saw Wikipedia has a list of notable soups page. I mean, there are some pretty notable soups. Soup is pretty banger. Oh my god, are you serious? You're gonna complain about my unnecessary parenthesis? Oh my god. Fuck you. Okay. So this is wrong here, which is good because we haven't done anything with it. Numbers into that. Divide. Vision results. Well, we could make a vec and shove them in there. We're expecting. Actually, this is not that. This is a vec of result. I-64s. Or division error. And I forgot my little arrow. That's important. Wrong number of type arguments. Expected 2, found 1. Oh, one of those goes here. Like so. All right. Now, oh, no mention of squirt this stream. I'm having Stockholm syndrome. The result with list here only works because of an impl in the standard library that allows you to collect an iterator of results, type blah into result vect by the way. All right, cool. I don't know, man. This shit is silly. It's just fucking silly. Um, I don't think I can do this, but it may be. I can. All right, cool. I'm gonna just go with it. Uh, like this is just so far off into fucking nonsense land that I'm. Let's see, integer overflow. I haven't done correctly some way, shape, or form. It panicked. Test integer overflow. So I didn't do that correctly. Um, if A is I64 min, and we're dividing by -1, the result is I64 max plus 1. Uh, yeah, need to do the check before the okay. Yep. Yep. That's the way she need to be. Okay. 2 more? By golly. I'm also hungry. And I'm getting hangry. Side effect of not being like miserably hot right now is that I'm actually hungry. Pretty hungry because it's been a minute. It's been 6.5 hours since stream started, and then breakfast happened a little bit before that. Factorial of num is defined as 1 times 2 times 3 blah 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 for num. Okay. Do not use early returns. Don't tell me what to do. Try not to use I think I'm actually make some of the soups. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at the soup. Abuela soup. This look kind of like chili, but like this also doesn't look like a soup. Like it looks like it's chili in a dumpling almost. But it does look kind of banger. Green soup. I mean that looks all right. Apple soup? Not sure about that. Beef noodle soup? Look at that. That looks good. I wanted to make borscht for a while. I have had borscht in Alaska, where there is a large Russian population. I did not like it. Did not care for it at all. It was too vinegary. Almost. I remember being like, maybe not vinegar. It was sour. It was sour. I didn't like it. Food is for pithy humans. True programmers consume pure code. Well, I got skill problems then, because I consume food regularly. Bone schlup. uh, Chicken soup, basically, right? Yep. I mean, that's a cut your potatoes up and your chicken, you monsters. But other than that, yeah, that's a banger. Carrot soup, I do love a carrot soup. That's good stuff. You liked borscht? No, no, no. I did not like borscht. It's nasty. I don't know. I don't know that I'd say it's nasty. It just I didn't like it. It was not my thing. And I'm of Eastern European descent. Maybe you just needed to grow up experiencing the borscht. My forebears were pure crazy, right? I like a lot of Russian food. I haven't checked in a while. Did the borscht you had look like the picture? I would have to double check. I didn't look at the picture very closely. I used to watch Life of Boris. I haven't watched in a while. Yeah, yeah, it looked like that. Bowl of red, some sour cream. Um, Blueberry soup. Fucking Nords over here. Just have a hot bowl of jelly, basically. um, but I've made a number of his recipes. I made kvass. I forget what else. I've made a couple things. Um, and like, yeah, all pretty good. I didn't make anything with Doctor sausage in it because, for one, I'm told that bologna, though appearing similar, is not the same. That Doctor sausage is much better. And for two, because I don't like bologna. In Eastern Europe, they eat straight from the crop raw. They just open their mouth and swallow the fields. French onion soup is also pretty good. Yeah, yeah. I'll get down on some French onion, I suppose. I haven't had like fancy French onion soup, but I've had like somebody's take on it that seemed about the same. It's all right. Not bad. Um they want me to do something stupid here. They want me to do some kind of stupid fucking map thing. Um, can I do a range to num to into iter um and then iterated from a value, and then I can do like this shit I um I couldn't do that. A they said don't use recursion. But um but then how would I Just dot product? I don't know. What the hell is dot product? Yeah, actually. Let's see. As an Italian, I will secretly admit French onion soup wasn't great. Well, there you go. You have to go. I'm sure you went and dug around into iterator functions and came out with that. But that's what you'd have to do. Um, except this actually needs to be from one. Oh, maybe not. I guess it doesn't really matter if it starts at 0. You might do equal, yeah, equal to num. Yeah, that is true. I believe. Let's see. Let's see. One of them is failing. Or some of them, they're all failing. Factorial of 1. Maybe they do have to be 1. Yeah, there we go. Let's see here. And oh, we don't need to iterate. We can just product a range, apparently. There you go. And I suppose right now I'm supposed to go, oh man, you guys. Functional stuff is so cool. You can just product over a range. No, I would still for loop it. It would be fine. All right, next. 6 hours stretching. Yeah, I need a stretching soon too. Well, I'm just gonna power through this though, and then I'm gonna stretching and lunching and all of that. Might need to start from 1. Did we? I don't think we did. Oh yeah, we did. We did have to start from 1. Yeah, that's fine. Like I was thinking like 0 times 1, but then I realized that it doesn't you're 0 all all the way down, all the way up. Because it's all 0 forever. Simple model to track Rustlings exercise progress. Well, you already did that. I know you did that because it's right here. So just refer to there. That's fine. Simple model. Okay, yeah. Modeled using a hash map. What are you complaining? I'm curious. American English does not double L in suffix. Pardon me. Yeah, okay. Sure. I don't know. It looks correct to my eye. The name of the exercise is the key, and the progress is the value. 2 counting functions were created to count the number of exercises with a given progress. Recreate this counting functionality using iterators. No, I don't want to. Try not to use imperative loops for a while. I want to. That model is not simple though. I don't know. Is it? So clone, copy, partially Q and EQ, progress, none, sum, complete, count for, blah, blah. Implement the functionality of count for, but with an iterator instead of a for loop. Okay. So count for still exists, but count iterator. Count iterator. Oh, can I call to iter on you into iter? And then can I do that? Am I allowed to give you 2 arguments? And What the hell am I counting again? For val, progress, and map values. Um, I don't care about that. If val is equal to value. Um, like, can I do that? I can't do that. What am I doing wrong here? Try to use the adapters. No, I don't want to. I don't really want to do any of this shit. Like, I fucking hate this functional fucking nonsense. Um, I can't do that, but I-32. I fear that you're right, and I do have to use filter and count, but like, I don't want to. I just saw something. Can I do that? Filter and map. No, that's not what I want. Filter. I want to use some if you like it. Yeah. Yeah. Um, this is not. I can't just call you on map, can I? No, yeah, no method there. I don't know if I need to call iter or into iter, or doesn't matter. Iterator visiting all key value pairs in arbitrary order. The iterator element type is this. So internally visits empty buckets too, whatever. That's fine. Um yeah. Uh but this needs to be, I don't care about the K, I really only care about the V. Um V is equal to value, right? Count. Closure is expected to take one argument, but it takes two. Um, but this is string in progress. Can I do it this way? Can't do equality between. Can I do a reference? No. I can do that though. Like that. It's one argument that's a tuple. Okay. That, I forgot about that. That makes more sense. And then except for this is still, it's even worse now because, well, for one, I don't care about the K. This is a reference to a reference now, though, and that's gross. But why that? Is it because, is that the difference here? Into iter? No? Still that way. I don't know. I don't care. This is dumb. I don't like doing it this way. I would just write a loop. It would be simple. Count collection. Collection is a slice of hash maps. Iterators over references and the filter adds another. Yeah, that's just, this is just stupid. This is just the stupid way to do it. Like, I just don't give a shit. And at the end of all this, we still do a U size. Okay, so into iter, filter, or slice of hash maps. So this will be into iter. This is map. And then map filter. Map into iter again because it's nested. Filter. The tuple. The v value. I forgot my other bar. Close that. Except for this. Explicit type. Oop. That. This is only one of them now, though. And then need to actually call map and not just, but this is iterating over the slice of hash maps. So for each of these, it's a map. Need to iterate on that, filter that, return a value. This needs to be count here. And then this needs to be where's my paren? I need to be able to see. This is so stupid. So stupid. So that gets me a list of into iter map, not into iter. What? I'm not trying to use the map function. I'm trying to iterate through the map of each of these things. I fuck this. This is so stupid. This is not, this is map in collection. Like, no. I refuse. Fuck that. To do. No. Fuck you. I refuse. Core map in collection. Here. Um. Usize. Uh. I did that wrong. Is 0. In here for that. At the end here, our count will be returned. Now, each of the maps, count collection 4 map. Can I just directly plus equals that? No. Oh, because I didn't make you mutable. Duh. Count collection 4 takes 2. Oh, yeah. Value. This is not happy. Oh, because this takes a list. And each of these is a single. What you're trying to do would also work if you had written it correctly. I mean, but it was so fucking stupid. Like, so fucking stupid. No, I'm just not. Wait a second here. Oh, because I'm calling the wrong function. I'm calling count 4 too in rebellion because fuck you. That's why. I have 0 interest in that nonsense. Okay, what do we got here? Are you... No. Call directly iter. Okay, sure. Thought maybe that was the nicer way. I don't really know the difference, and I actually just don't care. So run that. This... unneeded... God. Clippy. 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 No, I don't want to read your variant. I hated it when I wrote it. I hated myself for writing it. I hate them for suggesting it. I hate it. Into iter will take ownership over all the elements, the iterator, iter, all of them. Okay. And it didn't need to because it then was filtering, right? I don't know. This shit is so stupid. I hate this. Fuck this. Just fuck this. All right. We're done with iterators. We got Clippy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 things left. Not the one you wrote? What do you mean not the one I wrote? What about not the one I wrote? Anyway. We got 5 chapters left of this thing. We'll power through them. After we do that, we're going to get through that. And then after we do that, I need to work on the editor. I need to get that branch finished up. I want to get it wrapped up. I have other things that I wish to do other than kind of bounce around. So I'd like to get some stuff cleared out so that we can then focus in on like I said, we'll knock this crap out. But then I want to focus in on actually building something just tiny. Like we'll probably build Hercule or something. Just something silly and trivial. to like actually wield the tool here because the railing is not uh being on the rails is not my jam. So like if you told me right now that I wasn't allowed to do anything else and I had to decide if I wanted to do Rust, the answer would be a hard no, right? This is much better than the book. It's still not great. But I'm going to give it a fair shake by like going out there and using it and trying to do things my way. And then we'll see. We'll see how we feel. We build something simple and then go from there. Is it still raining cats and dogs? Or actually it has like literally just a second ago stopped. Just how it'd be today, I guess. It came down really hard, like crazy hard, and it came down pretty hard, and then it kind of petered off and then it just stopped. No, I don't want to. I see you down there, your fucking monads. Yeah. So that's the plan. We'll do this. We'll finish that up. If we don't finish tomorrow, the editor branch, then the following day, we're just going to work on the editor branch. I want to get that wrapped up so that we can do other things for a while. We need to explore Rust a little more. I have this other stuff that I need to get finished really badly. This weekend was not, or this week rather, was not that productive because it was so hot. So, in Germany, we say it's raining like out of buckets. Yeah, we say raining buckets here too, which is pretty much the same thing. But yeah, I'm gonna go have some lunch and cure my hangry. So thank you to everybody who came to hang out today. It's good to see those of you who are returning. Good to meet those of you who are new. I do this thing at least 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting today, ending on Monday. So if you like this kind of nonsense, come on back tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central, and I'll be here doing what I just said I was going to do. And I'd love to see you. And if not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway. I will catch you some other time on down the road. And for those of you who are going to be up in a while, you're going to go sleep. Good plan. Have yourself a great night. For those of you who are going to be up in a while, here in, I don't know, like an hour, maybe, I'm going to play some more Dune because I'm going to eat and then, yeah, we'll have some fun. But yeah, see you sometime.